The committee will begin in just a few more minutes. We've had a little technical difficulties with the chair's office, and my co-chair is running slightly behind. So just be in a holding pattern. Thank you all for your patience and Happy New Year. Committee will be in order. Good morning and Happy New Year. Welcome back to the second regular session of the 132nd Legislature, also known as the emergency session. I hope that everyone enjoyed their time away. Our committee decided, the chairs decided with the advice of our wonderful analyst, Ms. Rachel Olson, that we were going to need to take the entire intersession off. Our workload is such that we can do some really good work here in January and February and get everything reported out on time as required by the presiding officers. And so we're going to just do all of the work in this session. And we're going to do good work in the session, including with today's agenda, which we'll get to shortly. Our co-chair is in traffic. She will be here shortly, but I texted her and let her know that we would at least start with committee introductions and anything that our analysts would like to tell us. So we'll do that first. I'll start on my right today with Representative Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome back, everybody. Nice to see you all. I'm Representative Annie Graham. I serve the people of North Yarmouth and the majority of Gray, House District 105.
Good morning. I'm Parnell Terry, and I represent District 108 in Gorham. Happy New Year.
Good morning. My voice is out there. I'm Sharon Frost. I represent District 58. Good morning. I'm Jill Dooson. I represent Senate District 27, which is part of Portland and part of Westbrook.
Good morning. I'm David Boyer, District 87. I represent the individuals of Poland and Mechanic Falls.
Good morning. I'm Mark Mallon. I represent part of the great city of Biddeford in the main house.
Good morning. My name is Ann Fredericks. I represent House District 143, and that's in Sanford.
Good morning, Representative Benjamin Himes from House District 38, representing 9 towns in the middle of Waldo County.
Again, welcome back, everyone. I'm Craig Hickman. I represent Senate District 14, which are 12 municipalities in southern Kennebec County, including my beloved hometown of Winthrop. Michelle Hebert, our wonderful committee clerk, is back with us. Welcome back. I hope you had a great break. Good to see you. And of course, our analyst is back as well, Rachel Olson, who this session will be our only analyst. And I will turn it over to Ms. Olson if she would like to make any opening remarks or statements about the session as well.
Yes, good morning and welcome back, everybody. It's nice to see you. It will just be me this session for the work that we have before us. And before I turn over our meeting this morning to the Secretary of State's office for their report presentations, I just wanted to briefly give you an outline of the work before the committee, and that should be handed out to you now on orange. I wanted to remind the committee that we carried over 10 bills from the first special and regular session of the 132nd legislature, one of which has been requested leave to withdraw, and that's processing. That's 1983, an act regarding an act to protect minors from intoxicating hemp-derived products by regulating those products under the adult use cannabis laws. As I am sure you're all aware, there were significant changes at the federal level regarding hemp and cannabis. We'll be hearing more about that later this session. But that bill has been removed from our list. So there are 9 that we will have to deal with. We have been directed by the POs to work on those carryovers prior to January 30th. We have 8 bills that are newly referred to VLA as of this point. Those are listed on page 2. You can see them broken down by topic. This is a combination of department or agency bills as well as legislator requests. And then one additional bill that I'm anticipating referral based off of the original list of titles submitted by sponsors or by you all before closure. I would remind you there are other opportunities for the committee to get bills. So this may not be a comprehensive list. In addition, other bills that I may not be tracking could end up being referred to VLA. So things could change. We might see new bills, but this is what I believe the work before us to be at this point. Additionally, you'll see in paragraph D, a list of bills that were carried over in the special appropriations table or the study table that originated in this committee, just to keep you aware of that. And there are also 2 bills on the unfinished House calendar as well. We have not a lot of other work. So we don't have any GEAs to do. We don't do quasi-independent reviews. And so that will help lighten our load this session, which is great. But we do have a number of reports that come to this committee. This list may not be a complete list, but it is pretty extensive of reports that we expect, broken out into one-time reports, annual reports, and biennial reports. And we have received 4 from the Secretary of State's office, and those we're going to have presented to the committee today. Paper copies have been handed out to you at your desk, and 2 are already on the committee materials webpage for VLA, and 2 are in the process of being uploaded this morning. So that all 4 will be there. All of the other reports we've received in the first regular and first special session are on that webpage as well, so that you can go back to reference them. And I do want to take this time to thank the Secretary of State and her office. I did ask for an accelerated timeline for 2 of these reports so that we could hear them all today. And they were able to make that deadline. And as the person who puts our schedule together and tries to keep us on track with the chairs, it's greatly appreciated on my end. And I also am recovering from a cold, so hopefully my voice will hold out for the day. Not every report has the authority to report out legislation, but most of them do. And we can talk about that. There are other options if it doesn't have it and you want to do it, but we'd want to know these things sooner rather than later. So if there's a report that is of interest to you, it's good to let the chairs know as soon as possible that you have an interest in hearing that report when it comes in. And some of them we do get rather late in the session. A lot of them related to gambling and some of the finance pieces of that. We do have the reports from last year, but the new ones often don't come in until later in February or even March. So with that, I'll take any questions anyone has about our workload up to this point, if you have any at this time, but I'll be back. So you can always ask me at a different point, and we could move on.
Thank
the
you, Ms.
reports if you'd
Olsen,
like.
very much for your hard work, and I hope you recover from your cold. I'll be on that path at some point. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Olsen at this time? Seeing none, we appreciate it, and we'll be talking to you soon, very soon, as a matter of fact. So with that, I know that the Office of the Secretary of State is here, and when Ms. Olsen is got her belongings ready to go, we will invite Secretary Bellows forward to present 3 reports.
4
And
reports.
4 reports, excuse me, in any order that you wish to proceed, Madam Secretary, would be fine with me.
We'll go ahead and review the reports in the order that they were listed in the public hearing. So we'll start with the report, the resolve directing the Secretary of State. This is the report pursuant to the resolve directing the Secretary of State to study providing access to absentee ballots for municipal elections to uniform service voters or overseas voters. And this was submitted to you first on December 3rd of 2025. So I'll just walk through
Yes.
this report.
Thank you.
So good morning, Senator Hickman, members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. It is my pleasure to present you with this report. We think it is so important to make it easier for uniformed service and overseas voters to receive ballots for both state and federal elections as well as local elections. So we had a series of internal meetings and meetings externally with the municipal clerks to discuss what this might look like and how it might work should we have the resources to move forward. We will say that there is going to be a new central voter registration system deployed in 2026 that may improve the notice system for the Yocava ballots so that local clerks have more timely and regular notification in terms of that notice. That being said, we did identify what the challenges are that would have to be resolved both legislatively, perhaps constitutionally, and financially for this to happen. So first and foremost is the Constitution. So Article 8, and this is on the second page of the report, Part 2nd, sets forth the municipal home rule authority, whereby it is the municipalities that determine matters local in nature, and that includes the time, place, and manner of their local elections. And we have no oversight role in local elections. This is really important because from time to time we get complaints about some aspect of local election administration, and we simply do not have constitutional authority to intervene or oversee any matter of the local election. Our authority is limited to state, county, and federal elections. The second piece, we just want to remind folks that the Uniform and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act that we refer to as YOCAVA, that specifically governs the issuance of the federal election ballots. Now, in Maine law, the federal, state, county offices and statewide referendum are all combined on the same ballot. So we provide a consolidated federal state ballot to those YOCAVA voters. However, we do not place those local elections on that same ballot because of the home rule issues. The third piece is just changes that might need to be made to state law. So Title 21A does not apply to local elections conducted under municipal charters or other state laws, or the school district elections as well. So in terms of logistical, technological, and financial challenges, because of our lack of authority over local elections and our lack of visibility into those local elections and the lack of uniformity in terms of ballot layout for the local ballots, we do have concerns about the logistical aspects of moving forward with this. We think it would require significant additional staffing. The ballot style piece is really important because ballot styles in local elections have a wide range of form and content, especially with the local referendum content that may be on local ballots. Right now, the YOCAVA ballots are created digitally, and there's some uniformity with how we lay out the federal, county, and state ballots that makes it very easy to do, even though we're already dealing with 300 different ballot styles for the general election. So we have concerns about that piece, and just it would require significant staffing so that we could have adequate coordination with the locals. We then did, however, that being said, we want to make things easier. And so we did look at the online system and notifications. And so we've included in this report some updated notifications to make it crystal clear to the YOCAVA voters that they have the right to a municipal ballot. And so we've included that language in this report. We've also included some data in terms of the stats for state and federal ballots that are issued and returned. So in conclusion, should you want the state to take over issuance of local ballots, we would need to change the Constitution to give us some additional authority and some oversight role, additional staffing, and then we could make it happen. But it would be substantial in terms of its scope.
Thank you, Secretary Bellows. Are there any questions? Well, before we take questions, the chair would ask Representative Fairclough to introduce himself, and then I'll turn it over to Madam Chair to introduce herself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sean Fairclough, State Representative, Bangor.
Madam Chair.
Good morning. My name is Laura Supika. I represent District 22, which is a portion of Bangor, and I am the House Chair of this committee. So thank you for allowing me some grace to be a little bit late as I came in today. It's the first day back, and I just was feeding the dog and the cat, and time got away with me as they were so cute, and looking at your faces, they're still so cute.
Are there any questions from the committee? Chair recognizes Representative Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. Madam Secretary, if these changes for local ballots could happen, the only way they really could happen is if we went to each individual municipality to ask them to make a change, or is there a way to do that in a grander scale? I mean, home rule governs a lot of stuff. So do you have any suggestions about how, if you wanted to be able to get local ballots to overseas voters, how one would do that without having to change the Constitution and have the Secretary of State do it. Probably.
I don't think it would be possible without some additional authority to the Office of Secretary of State. Because municipal elections can be held at any time
Yep.
on any issue. Some
Yep.
people list every item of their budget on their local ballot.
Yep.
Sometimes local referenda are very detailed, and there are no ballot content or design criteria for local ballots. This is sometimes a matter of controversy. And we are in that unfortunate position of pointing people to the main Constitution and saying, contrary to public assumptions, there simply is no role for the Secretary of State in the local elections. So to place us in charge of issuing the local ballots would require some accompanying authority to compel the municipalities to comply with our standards and to submit the appropriate information in a timely way. We'd need the authority that would go with the responsibility to, in fact, ensure compliance, if that makes sense. And so absent some real changes to how we do municipal elections, I think that's the piece. If you want us to be in charge of that. Now, there's another option of facilitating technology to all of the municipalities, but that's going to be, if you've created 487 different systems or licenses for a new system, you're getting into a pretty high level of expense for the state for municipal elections. And in setting up such a system, you might be inadvertently reinforcing public expectations that there's uniformity or consistency or predictability in that system. And absent the authority to oversee that, there wouldn't be. So we just wanted to make sure that folks understood that it's incredibly complicated. It's not that it's not a laudable goal, but it's somewhat incompatible with our role under the Constitution.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? So the chair recognizes Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary. I was struck by the one clerk noted that in a recent election, he issued 87 UOCAVA ballots at a cost to the town that includes the ballots and envelopes themselves, postage and staff, to only receive one ballot back. Is it that these aren't requested, but they're automatically sent to anybody who's on the UOCAVA list, and that's why the return rates are lower sometimes in off years?
So under federal law, when someone applies for a UOCAVA ballot, they're on the list as a UOCAVA voter for 18 months unless they're removed for a reason. So for example, with a referendum election in 2025, you'll see a return rate of 33.9% of the military overseas ballots. That's fairly low. And that's because versus 93.6% in the 2024 presidential. That's because there's a great deal of interest in the presidential election. People receive the ballots for the referendum election and are less interested in that. And so I think for the municipal elections, people receive the ballot because they're UOCAVA voters and that clerk is very diligent, but people are simply not as interested in those local races.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I think it's great that you guys were able to update the website so that it was a little more clear that when people are requesting it, that they weren't getting their local ballot unless they do that. Going back to that real quick. So is that a federal law requiring that?
The 18-month, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And under that same law, those ballots are required to be issued.
From yes, and I think Deputy Secretary Flynn may be with us online. Is she with us as
She
well?
is online.
So we
and-
could,
and I know that we can promote
let's have her confirm that,
Okay,
just to
great.
make sure that I'm not misstating it.
Great.
So my 18 months is under Title 21A in state law.
Mr.
Welcome, Deputy Secretary Flynn. You wish to
Good
turn on
morning.
your microphone and camera, whatever you like to do. Good morning. Happy
Good
New Year.
morning. Happy New Year to you, Senator Hickman and Representative Speaker and members of the committee. I'm Julie Flynn, Deputy Secretary of State. The federal law only applies to federal elections. So we have to issue the federal ballot to military and overseas voters. In Maine, we have synced up Title 21A, the state election law, to require us to issue the state county ballots to the UOCAVA voters. So that's the scope of our responsibility. Title 30A and the Home Rule Authority require the municipality to issue the local ballot to the UOCAVA voters.
Thank you. Are there any questions about that clarification from Deputy Secretary Flynn? Seeing none, thank you very much. Representative Boyer, did you have another concern?
Millions.
Well, on this matter?
All said.
Okay, great. Any other questions for the Secretary of State or the Deputy Secretary of State on this particular report? We clearly have some thinking to do. But we appreciate the Office of the Secretary of State bringing this report back to us in a timely manner so that if we do decide to do something, we have an opportunity to do it in this very short emergency session. Back to you, Madam
Certainly,
Secretary.
and thank you. I will now draw your attention to a second report that you received on December 15th. This is the newest report required under Title 21A, Section 610, and this is the Election Transparency Report. And so it is a post-election report from the 2025 referendum election. And I will just say Mainers should be so proud. The 2025 referendum election was yet another free, safe, and secure election. Yet again, Mainers distinguished our state with very strong turnout. 492,008 voters, which is approximately 47.4% of registered voters, cast their ballots in this election. That was more than any other referendum election in the past 15 years. So pursuant to Title 21A, Section 610, this report has 4 components. Part A is a summary of alleged violations of Title 21A related to the conduct of statewide or federal elections received and logged under subsection 2. Part B is a summary of any post-election audits conducted. Part 3 is a summary of any recounts conducted. And Part D is recommendations for remedying any problems identified in the election process at the state level. So moving to Part A, we have documented all incidents reported to our office. And I will just say that the majority by far of complaints received by our office on election day and during the absentee voting period fell into 2 components. One was political activities in the voting place. We received various calls and emails to departmental staff asking what apparel, posters, and conversations were appropriate for election clerks, poll watchers, signature gatherers, and members of the public present in and around the voting place. So our staff continually reminded election workers and voters of the sections of law that pertain to this and of everyone's First Amendment freedom of speech under the law. I will say that there were a couple of incidents because of political activities that resulted in law enforcement involvement on election day, and at least one voter in tears. The petition gathering requirements are.
Madam Secretary, if you don't mind,
Yeah.
can you elucidate any of that here?
So that is connected in part to petition gathering requirements. So what happened is we had a number of petitioners at polling places, and then we also had other groups who were present who disagreed with the petition and were sharing information and collecting information about pertaining to people's political views. And so in at least, I can share one clerk reporting that petitioners for the issue of transgender individual participation in school sports were in fairly loud and robust argument with members of the public and advocates who were encouraging people to decline to sign the petition, and that those arguments and crosstalk were creating conflicts at the polling places.
And is that at least one of the incidents where a voter ended in tears? Are those two connected?
Yeah, there were petitioners who were very assertive in trying to collect signatures and following people to their cars or using strong language to criticize them for failure to sign the petition.
Has the Office of the Secretary of State, and I could look this up, but since you're here, I'll ask, taken a position whenever these questions come before us on whether or not certain activities should take place at the polls, even within the corridor?
So there was a working group under my predecessor, former Secretary Dunlap, hosted by Deputy Secretary Flynn, that she could speak more specifically to in a prior legislature that looked at political activities at the polls and recommended limiting political activities at the polls. Prior legislature chose not to move in that direction, but I will say that this election, the level of political activities at the polls certainly led to some significant challenges in administration of the elections for the clerks to maintain calm and order at the polling place itself. And that doesn't always happen, but this year was particularly, people were particularly, for lack of a word, fired up.
And that task force, was it a working group?
Yes.
They have a
Deputy Flynn
report. There's a report that has been filed that we can certainly have our analysts get access to us to look at as we discuss amongst ourselves at some future point.
Certainly.
Okay, great.
Deputy Flynn, do you want to add anything about that working group or that report that was submitted to the legislature? I can't remember which legislature it was. It was like 2020 possibly.
Okay. Deputy Flynn, there you are.
Okay,
You are
thank you. I think we were trying to, currently the prohibition against certain political activities is sort of a 250-foot radius from the entrance to the building, outside the building, and within the building itself. And we were trying to shrink that radius, but to have a ban on any political activity in a smaller, I think the secretary used this word, a smaller sort of corridor from where people park going into the building and then within the building until they vote. And so outside of that corridor, candidates could be there, people could be there to try to gather signatures, people could be there to campaign even, but within that corridor, it would have been permitted. And I think we thought we had consensus, and then when it went to the legislature, it did not have a consensus of the full legislature, so.
Thank you. We will definitely take a look at that report from 2020-ish. Chair recognizes Senator Doosan. I think I saw your hand out of the corner of my eye.
I guess I'd really, I'd appreciate a recirculation of the report, which would be easier than me trying to find it somewhere. And a couple of questions, which I don't want to delve into the report, but just kind of put a pin in a couple of questions around creating a buffer at the elections locations. I'd be curious to know to what extent there was discussion of authority and training to the wardens who are managing our polling places, and how to interact where petitioners are misbehaving. Elected officials have a strong incentive to behave themselves. But petitioners who are, I'm sorry to cast aspersions, but there can be problems with paid petitioners who are not familiar with the location, and perhaps not fully trained on what they should and should not do, creating a ruckus at the polling place. And I worry about the wardens and the staff there and to what extent they are supported in how and when they might intercede to ask someone to change their behavior, and at what point they should call the local law enforcement in order to diffuse the situation before a voter or the folks who are working the polls are reduced to tears.
Thank you. And we're happy to have a follow-up conversation and circulate that report. And we do conduct training for law enforcement. We have a pocket guide that's distributed to all of the election clerks to share with their wardens about the powers of the warden and authority over the polling place. And to the petition circulators, we certainly provided training to the folks that are in charge of the petition, but we are not responsible for whomever they hire to be or who volunteers in the various places. And we, for example, received reports of unmonitored petition sheets in certain polling places. And so we made contact with clerks and wardens, and the wardens then, clarified with the petitioners that they had to be present and accompanying their petition at all times. But there were complaints of that sort too, that are certainly linked to the petition circulators coming from all backgrounds and having perhaps varying levels of aggressiveness or training as well.
Thank you. We'll move along.
Sure. So the report details some instances requiring clarification regarding issuance of the ballots. You will see here in most cases, this is simply a matter of misunderstanding of the law and correct clarification. A ballot clerk was asking for ID in order to issue a ballot. The elections division staff quickly clarified the law with the municipal clerk. In another, a clerk inadvertently put up a poster online that referenced photo ID. I will just say, I've learned since she was mortified, she'd used AI to create the poster and didn't realize that it was putting misinformation into the poster. In another instance, a clerk turned away a voter rather than taking an affidavit for proof of residency and challenging the voter and allowing the voter to cast challenged ballot. Unfortunately, we believe this voter may not have been able to return to the polling place. So that was unfortunate. There was an incident of a pretty significant conflict between a voter and a warden that raised claims of potential type 21A violations regarding the voter's ability to have assistance in a voting booth, to use a phone without audio to look up a write-in candidate's name and to be free of influence in the voting place, to have a secret ballot and to vote in that election. The warden also feeling a strong responsibility to ensure that any influence not be taking place at the voting place. So the division will be providing training for that warden, that municipal clerk, and that staff in that instance.
Chair recognizes Representative Boyd with a
Sure.
question about
Thank you,
this.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Could you briefly outline what is under Title 21A regarding, I don't know, phones in the voting booths? If that's what we're talking about.
Sure. And I may defer to Deputy Flynn.
Are you allowed to have your phone in the
You are
ballot?
allowed to have your phone. You can't play audio, you can't play video because you can't influence other voters who may be in their own, that are in the voting place, but you could certainly look up information quietly, silently, privately, in the secrecy of the voting booth.
Representative Boyd.
Can you watch a video with subtitles?
You could if it did not have audio so that it wasn't influencing other folks,
All right.
certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We did have a couple of questions about accessibility, and I will just want to appreciate Disability Rights Maine and League of Women Voters. They conduct an annual audit of accessibility of the voting places on election day and provide excellent reports to us that inform our training of clerks on accessibility issues. And they participate in our trainings for the clerks to ensure that the clerks understand how to make the polling places truly accessible. But we did receive 2 complaints regarding accessibility. One regarding the ability of a voter with a visual impairment to use the accessible voting system, the AVS, the express vote system. And the other complaint being that the voting place itself was not accessible. The Elections Division is going to do a site visit to that voting place because that particular complaint echoes a similar complaint at that voting place. So there's going to be an on-site evaluation. And this is one of the things that clerks are continually having to review because the accessibility of local voting places may change as curbs change or doors change. There are things that can make a voting place that was accessible no longer accessible. And certainly we have some very old municipal building stock that can sometimes result in challenges.
Do you know if that voter was able to cast a ballot in that election?
They were,
Okay.
yes, they were able to cast their ballot. Both voters were able to cast their ballot successfully.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning,
Good morning.
Madam Secretary. In regards to the visual impairment, have there been complaints before? Could you expand upon that? Because immediately I thought, often when I have issues with things online, I can get really frustrated and give up. And so I'm wondering, my first thought is, I wonder if there's other folks who might not have complained, who might have had similar issues. So I don't want to think of the worst case scenario. So I was hoping you could expand on that and kind of tell me what you know about the system.
So this particular complaint was about the express voting machine not being set up in the voting place. So the express vote, and we at the Secretary's office, we've been doing a lot more demonstrations of the express vote system. Last summer, for example, Disability Rights Maine had a summer celebration for people with disabilities, and we had our staff there with the express vote machine and a vote on whether your favorite cartoon character was Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck or someone else, so that people could use the machine and get familiarity with it. But even as it is difficult sometimes for citizens to have familiarity with express vote, it can be equally challenging sometimes for the wardens or new clerks to understand the importance of setting that machine up, especially in the tiniest jurisdictions where sometimes there is a wrongful assumption that there's no one in my town that has a disability and is going to need the express vote, or it's never been used in the past, so why should I set it up? And Deputy Flynn and her team are very clear with the clerks that it does need to be set up and are available to walk people through that setup when required. But we certainly have received complaints, and it is a challenge that we're always educating new clerks about.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Please proceed.
There were some complaints regarding absentee ballots. In one instance, a voter's absentee ballot was mailed to their home address, not to where they had requested it when they were out of state temporarily. Unfortunately, this is a voter that was precluded from voting because they did not make their complaint with us until election day. And there was no alternative for them because they were still outside of the state. In another incident in the last week of the absentee voting period, a clerk had rejected a voter's request to pick up an absentee ballot for their domestic partner. We reminded them of the law, and that voter was able to obtain their ballot. And of course, the third bullet point here, it regards the investigation of the alleged delivery of 250 Maine absentee ballots to a resident of Newburgh in their Amazon delivery box outside of the chain of custody. And so I have attached to this report my letter of October 17th, 2025 to this committee outlining the checks and balances to safeguard the election for absentee balloting. So there's some detail here regarding printing, shipping, confirmation of receipt of the absentee ballots, separate envelopes, the process of requesting an absentee ballot, the process of issuance, the process of completion and return of the ballot and receipt of those completed ballots, as well as our online ballot tracking system, of which we're very proud, and the transparent ballot processing, which is a public process with observers that may be partisan and nonpartisan alike. And so that letter details the results of that. And then finally, I just say there are no reports of threats to local institutions.
Just everybody hold on one second.
Sure, I
Madam
can see some
Secretary,
hands.
Before we open up for questions, I would respectfully request that you share as much of this letter into the public record at this time as
Sure.
possible before we open it up for questions. So
That
that
sounds
everyone
great.
understands the page that we're talking about.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So this is the letter of October 17th to the committee and to the chairs. At this point, absentee voting was well underway because absentee voting takes place in Maine within the 30-day window prior to Election Day. That's something that we are very proud of. So in accordance with Title 21A, ballots are produced and distributed as follows. Maine ballots are printed and packaged by J.S. McCarthy in Augusta, a well-known and reputable Maine company contracted by the Elections Division. In accordance with protocol and appropriate chain of custody, boxes of ballots are sealed and marked clearly as ballots at the printer with security tape and markings to ensure that ballots are handled appropriately at every step in the process and that the chain of custody is maintained. Second, the packages are shipped directly from the printer using both UPS and the U.S. Postal Service. The packages include tracking information so that the printer and the Department of Secretary of State Elections Division can track the status of packages of ballots from the printer through shipping to the clerks. A signature by the appropriate municipal official is required upon receipt by the cities and towns. Confirmation of receipt. The municipal official is required to sign for the packages of ballots and count the packages of ballots received and confirm the number they received to the Department of Secretary of State Elections Division. Every clerk must complete a ballot receipt that they transmit to the Department of Secretary of State Elections Division. Separate envelopes. Absentee ballot envelopes are printed by a different printing company and shipped separately at a separate time via UPS in packages with their own individual tracking numbers. This way, the envelopes and the ballots cannot be mixed in shipment and are received by each municipality separately. Requesting an absentee ballot. A registered voter may request an absentee ballot online via the Department of Secretary of State's online absentee ballot request portal, in person at the clerk's office, via a mailed absentee ballot application to the clerk, via phone to the clerk, or via a family member. And I have cited the appropriate statutory citations in the footnotes. Issuance of the absentee ballots by the clerks. The municipal clerk issues absentee ballots to their list of lawfully registered voters who have requested them. The clerk marks the official absentee ballot return envelope corresponding with that ballot with the individual voter's information. The clerk also records the fact that they have mailed the ballot to the voter in the central voter registration system, which links to the online absentee ballot tracking system so that voters and observers alike may see the status of the absentee ballot. Completion and return of the ballot by the voter. The ballot must be returned sealed in the official envelope that was provided by the clerk, and the envelope must be signed by the voter in order to be counted. Every ballot must be sealed in the official absentee ballot return envelope and signed by the voter in order to be accepted by the clerk. Receipt of completed ballots by the municipality. Upon receipt of an absentee ballot by mail, in person, or via secure drop box, a municipal clerk examines the signature of the voter on the absentee ballot envelope and on any affidavit and witness certification on the envelope and can compare it to the signature of their voter registration file. If the required information is not present or the signatures appear not to match, the clerk must make a good faith effort to contact the voter so that the voter may fix the problem. The clerk must reject any ballot that is not returned in the proper envelope and signed appropriately by the voter. The outcome of the clerk's inspection of the envelope is noted in the absentee ballot tracker, and a voter can see if their ballot has been accepted or rejected. If a voter's ballot is rejected, they'd be able to cast a different ballot by 8 p.m. on Election Day. The clerk does not open the absentee ballot envelope when it is returned. Rather, it is stored securely for later absentee ballot processing. Online absentee ballot tracking. A voter may track the status of their absentee ballot via the online absentee ballot tracking portal. Additionally, a spreadsheet of all absentee ballot requests is posted regularly by the Department of on the Secretary of State's website so that campaigns and political parties may track all absentee ballots online. Ballot processing. Remember, absentee ballots may be processed up to 7 days prior to Election Day, with notice provided to the Secretary of State 30 days prior to Election Day. So that way that processing is known to all. It's a public process observed by partisan and nonpartisan observers alike. Observers may inspect the ballot envelopes, including voter signatures and absentee ballot applications prior to processing, and absentee ballots are not counted. They're not tabulated until after 8 p.m. on Election Day, just like all of the other ballots. So those were the steps, the checks and balances established by the legislature, utilized by the secretaries of state before me, that safeguard our elections. This fall, our system was tested on Tuesday, September 30th, 2025. Maine absentee ballots were allegedly delivered to an unnamed individual in Newburgh in her Amazon delivery box, obviously outside of the chain of custody. As soon as we became aware of the situation, I immediately directed my office's Division of Enforcement Services to investigate. The division works closely with the Office of the Attorney General and with support from Maine State Police. They also contacted both the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the U.S. Postal Service investigation team. So that, I'm just going to keep reading from this letter just to share what we know. So on that Tuesday, September 30th, Ellsworth City Hall received 2 boxes of absentee ballots as planned, but one of those boxes did not contain 5 packets of ballots totaling 250 ballots, which were missing. The Ellsworth City Clerk's office did exactly what we always instruct clerks to do. They notified the Elections Division of the missing ballots, which initiated an investigation. Also on Tuesday, a resident of Newburgh received allegedly 5 packets of Maine absentee ballots in an Amazon box and delivered those ballots to the Newburgh town office after 5 p.m. Those ballots were secured by the Newburgh deputy clerk. Newburgh town office staff called the Elections Division at 8 a.m. promptly on Wednesday morning to report that they had received ballots outside of their ordinary delivery. Detectives from the Division of Enforcement Services went immediately to Newburgh to secure those ballots as evidence. All Maine absentee ballots were carefully tracked, and it was confirmed that the number of ballots missing from Ellsworth corresponds to the number of ballots received in Newburgh. Those towns are 40 miles apart. Later in the evening of Friday, October 3rd, our Elections Division was notified by a third-party out-of-state organization that they believed they may have received Maine absentee return envelopes, and I directed law enforcement to expand the investigation to include that delivery as well, and detectives secured those as well as potential evidence for the investigation. So in summary, the process of printing and shipping absentee ballots contains numerous safeguards to protect the chain of custody. And moreover, most importantly, absentee voting itself has many more safeguards to ensure that a ballot can only be voted if it is associated with a legal registered voter and a valid absentee ballot request. Absentee ballots are tracked by clerks in the central voter registration system and can be tracked by voters themselves through our online absentee ballot tracking portal. And the processing is open and transparent so that the public may have observers there from all sides, have that opportunity to observe. So this entire detailed process was established by the legislature to ensure safe and secure elections in which all Maine citizens can feel confident, and any ballots that fall outside of the chain of custody cannot be used for voting, and only 1 vote per registered voter will ever be counted. So that is the content of my October letter, but I hope it shares in great detail exactly what took place. I will add that my office has turned over the investigation to the Office of the Attorney General. The Office of the Attorney General being the agency designated by the legislature to bring enforcement actions for election law violations. So questions about the investigation are best referred to the Office of the Attorney General. I have full confidence that they and law enforcement will get to the bottom of this. I will promise you that no one wants answers more than I do. This is a very serious matter. But I'm also confident that the checks and the balances in the system worked and that Mainers should be really proud of the 2025 election, that it was free, safe, and secure.
Secretary Bell, is the last bullet point of your letter. I was not aware, I was aware of it when I read the letter, but I wasn't aware of any details around it. And so I'm wondering, can you share who the third party out-of-state organization was? And can you share how many absentee return envelopes they were in possession of that were recovered?
I will have to get back to you because I do not remember unless Deputy Flynn recalls what organization allegedly received. It was an organization we have never dealt with. We don't have any vendor relationship with them or any relationship with them at all. What I will say is that we isolated the challenge to UPS. Something went wrong in the UPS deliveries of the ballots and the absentee ballot return envelopes. Deputy Flynn, do you have that piece of information?
I don't have the exact name. It's an organization that deals with design of election and other public materials. So
Would you know what state they were in?
Maryland.
Maryland. And how many envelopes did they receive?
I believe it was one box of envelopes, but
Which
I don't
is-
remember the count in that
Okay.
box.
Right. And there was no labeling on it to indicate what jurisdiction they were sent to. We used a printing contractor in Massachusetts that was selected by competitive bid to print the absentee envelopes. They've done our envelopes before. And so they were, inducted into the delivery stream from the printer in Massachusetts. And we provide them with a list of all the jurisdictions and how many envelopes that they're getting. So all the larger jurisdictions are getting large quantities or are having them delivered directly from the printing contractor. And then the remainder come to our office and we send them out individually to towns that are getting, 5 envelopes, 10 envelopes. We send it with other supplies.
All right, I appreciate that. I was just curious.
I will share, we used Vital Delivery to deliver the election day ballots to municipalities across the state because it was quickly identified that ballots and envelopes moved outside of the chain of custody while under UPS control.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? The chair recognizes Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Secretary, I'd like to briefly just go back to the last point before the ballots regarding domestic partnerships. Does the addresses on the ballots have to match? Is there what is done to make sure that they are in fact domestic partners?
Deputy Flynn, do you have that definition in front of you?
They're considered an immediate family member, and it is based on the affirmation by the requester that that person is their domestic partner. No one's required to prove whether they're an immediate family member of any other type, including domestic partner. It's their, when they
So to
fill out their
clarify,
application.
I could pick up a absentee ballot from my domestic partner that has a different voting address.
That's not what she said.
Uh,
The question is, does the domestic partner's address have to match that of the person who is picking up the ballot for them?
That's my question.
That's the question.
So
Right.
under Maine law, your domestic partner is someone who is legally domiciled with you at the same address.
So the answer is yes.
So the answer is they would have to have that same address.
Yes.
I mean, I would add though that you can pick up if I have a kid in college, I could request an immediate family member ballot and deliver it to them where they are. Just as if I'm taking care of my mother in another state because she's ill you know, my husband might pick up a ballot for me to send it to me, and that's going to a different address than my voter registration address.
Got it.
But all of these ballots have to come back signed by the voter or an aide on behalf of the voter with a witness present. So that's the check and balance in the process to where things are sent.
Understood. Thank you. Follow
You're
up on
welcome.
some of the other stuff.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Secretary, I was kind of strucken that we let people know that handle these deliveries, that there's ballots inside these boxes. And I'm just wondering the rationale to that. Seems like it would invite, bad actors rather than keeping these boxes anonymous so people don't know there's ballots inside there. Is there a rationalization for marking them as ballots inside?
I'm going to defer this question to Deputy Secretary Flynn. In part, the way that this election was administered is identical to the way that it's been administered in years past.
Sure.
I think from a security perspective, one of the elements of security for the chain of custody is careful tracking of the ballots. And so clear marking of those packages as ballots has been a component of that ability to carefully track those ballots. But again, I defer to Deputy Secretary Flynn.
I mean, this started, you know, for my whole time, almost 31 years, we've marked the envelopes because whether it's delivered by USPS or UPS, USPS expedites handling of ballots marked as election ballots. And they sometimes deliver the last mile of other carriers. They have security tape on them.
Would the Secretary of State's office be open to changing those protocols, given that something happened and we are missing ballots and envelopes and we still don't have an answer?
We're certainly always happy to engage in conversations about improvements to election security. I sit on the executive committee of the National Election Infrastructure Information Sharing and Analysis Center, which oversees election security and works on cybersecurity and physical security of our elections nationwide. So we're always willing to receive input and have those conversations. And I think it's really important that we be really thoughtful and deliberative about it and not reactive to specific situations, because sometimes one change can have a different negative externality. And I do think that in this system, the checks and balances to protect the integrity of the election itself worked. So
I will recognize Senator Doosan in 1 second, but I wanted to ask our analyst on this matter. There's at least one state that does elections by entirely mail-in voting. And I would like to know, in that state or in any others, are ballots in the mail demarcated as such so that everyone knows that they're handling a ballot? I'm just curious about that. The representative may proceed after I recognize Senator Doosan with a question on the same matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious to know, so the folks who are handling these, I saw you go there, I'll speak up. Thank you for that signal. The folks who are handling these ballots, UPS or whomever, are doing so under a contract with the state.
yeah.
And there are conditions in the contract that relate to the careful handling of ballots. And those conditions are specifically tied to the fact that the boxes are marked as ballots. Is that not the case?
I believe so, and I'm going to defer to Deputy Secretary Flynn, who I see her head is nodding. I will also point you to Section 606 of Title 21A that specifically designates that the ballots must be bundled and sealed in units to be shipped and must be labeled on the outside with the name of the municipality for which it is intended and indicate that it contains state ballots. So state law, Section 606, Title 21A, last updated in 2011, requires that those packages be labeled as ballots.
In short, everything that happened with this was by the law
Yes.
until someone out there mishandled them. I wanted to recognize Representative Chapman. You may introduce yourself. Welcome back and Happy New Year, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Quentin Chapman, District 88, Auburn, Maine. It's been a while after a long summer of doing speciation and testing TYM. I feel like I never left. Thank you.
Excellent. Are there any other questions? The chair recognizes Representative Fredericks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this conversation because I still believe that some Mainers are not feeling proud that we have a safe and secure election process and specific to this incident. So it's great that we have some discussion about it today and hope bring the rationale to their ears and their attention. So what I've learned is the checks and balances that you have in place are quick to detect something and you have disengaged with UPS for their services. So you've had some determination as a result of whatever incidents have occurred, but I'm not clear on what actions are preventative. What actions do we have to not, to prevent this? We ship, we track, but when it gets to a destination that has nefarious intent, then what, I guess, is the question. But I'll bring it to, in short, in closing, my question is, when can we expect the Attorney General's office to bring back a conclusion to this open investigation? Is there a timeline that we can, or is it?
I can't speak to that.
So you don't know. Do you know, Mr. Chair?
That is something that we would have to ask the Office of the Attorney General. I can probably tell you what their answer would be, but that doesn't mean that I will speak for them. But it's a question that we can ask. If this committee wants at least a response, we can draft a letter with a question based upon this report back.
Yes, please.
And we will get whatever answer that they provide to us at that time.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Absolutely.
No further.
Chair recognizes Senator Doosan with follow-ups. And the chair was in
Thank you,
error.
Mr. Chair. No worries. I'll try to turn this into a question. Isn't that so?
It's not a public hearing, Senator Doosan.
Okay.
You may phrase this as however you like.
I wholly endorse, believe in, celebrate what you just said, which is that we should be proud that this system of redundant checks and balances worked insofar as even in an instance where either by error or nefarious intent, ballots escaped the chain of custody, our systems of checks and balances prevented any of those ballots from actually getting back into the election system or tainting our election. And if prior to this crazy incident, I might have thought we were overdoing it, this process makes it so clear. And I really appreciate the detail in this report, because like Representative Fredericks, I have constituents who are worried about this process and want to know how did this happen and how can we be sure, stuff happens and usually you don't die. It's about what you do to make sure it doesn't happen again. And I really appreciate this report.
Thank you.
Isn't that so?
Chair recognizes Representative Topeka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this report as well, and I'm kind of struck by some of the things that we're talking about here and how it's similar to other matters that we talk about in this committee, because you can't really make a law telling people to not break the law. And we have a law in place and a person chose to break the law. And I see, we have these checks and balances in place. And I'm always reminded that we chose to keep everything on paper because we are wary of having everything digital because it's hackable. And by having everything on paper, we have a trail that we can follow. And yes, it means that there's a box, with a label on it and that there's a human that can maybe take it and do something. And we're going to find out more information from the Attorney General when they deem that it is time for that. But we can't make a law that says you can't break the law. If a person's going to do it, they're going to do it. And, I'm hoping that whoever or whatever took place is going to find out what happens when you break election laws, which is really rare. But I also know people and I have friends who don't trust our elections. And I don't really pin it to what just happened. I pin it to a larger national conversation and what happens in social media, on TikTok, Facebook, that is putting out paranoia and weakening our trust. And so what I see here is it kind of brings me comfort, and I hope we all go to our constituents and tell them the fact that we still have paper custody and that we haven't transferred over to everything online means that we have a paper trail. And we did this purposely a while ago. Our predecessors did this on purpose, and this is the pay off. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any other questions or comments on this matter at this time? Seeing none, it is, the committee is in session and we can do whatever we wish. So the chair would ask if there is any objection from a committee member to the chairs writing a letter on behalf of the committee to the Office of the Attorney General and inquiring about a general timeline for the results of an investigation that certainly has the public interest. Chair recognizes Representative Himes.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I would highly recommend that, and I wouldn't say strongly worded, but I would recommend that it is worded in such a fashion that it is not an ambiguous timeline, because people have a lot of questions, and the Secretary of State has a microscope on it right now because of this from a lot of people in the state. And the Attorney General taking 6 to 8 months to track down a package is unacceptable. Fun fact, I used to work for the Postal Service, and I know how easy it is to track a package, so this shouldn't take, we're 100 days into this. This is a little ridiculous, so I highly recommend that we strongly word this to get an answer sooner rather than later.
The letter will be presented to the committee for review before it goes in. I will say, and thank you for that, Representative Himes, sometimes the actors are so bad that they don't want to cooperate with an investigation. And that is not exactly anything we've controlled in here with the letter, and it's not exactly anything the Attorney General control either. The Office of the Secretary of State has taken a stand by disavowing the use of a particular parcel service. And I wasn't born yesterday and I didn't fall off a turnip truck. And I'm protected by the speech debate clause. So I'm just going to say, when this issue came to my attention, I said, oh, well, isn't that just a wag the dog situation? Because there's no way in the world that ballots would end up in an Amazon package delivered to a person's home without there being some complicit action by someone who delivered those ballots to that person. Period. Full stop. Now, who that was and how that happened will be determined by the Office of the Attorney General, but it still takes the cooperation of the people who are complicit in the fraud, because that is what it was. It was a fraud. But the letter will be drafted by our analyst and it will be presented to the committee for review. And once we approve of the letter, the chairs will sign it. Chair recognizes Representative Mapp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to say what you essentially just said, which is that it's difficult to put a timeline on an investigation, particularly if that investigation is going to have a criminal component to it. Criminal investigators are bound by the Constitution and have to gather evidence as they are able to do so. And sometimes it can take a frustratingly long time because you don't want to jump the gun and violate somebody's rights in the process. So I would just caution us on that front.
Thank you. Sorry for stepping out. A letter sounds great. I'd love to invite them before us as well to hear from them, like we did with Madam Secretary today. And they can share what they can share under, active investigation stuff.
Our letter will be our first initial reaction, initial reach out to the Office of the Attorney General. And then we will consider whether or not we will invite them in front of us to tell us verbally on mic what their answer is. If that's okay with you, Representative Boyer, but I appreciate the input. Any other questions on this matter? There's still a few more pages of this report and 2 more to go. So thank you all for your patience. And for those waiting for our work sessions, which were supposed to begin at 11 o'clock, I will say that we're going to take the matters up out of order. LD 1365 will go first, followed by LD 1509, and we'll close with LD 584. And depending on how long our presentations from the Office of Secretary of State go, there may also be a break from this committee. It may not be a long lunch break, but we'll have to take a break, I'm sure. So Madam Secretary, please present the rest of this report and the following.
Sure.
Thank
So
you.
moving to part B of the report, and this is exciting. This is our first report on the pilot of post-election audits. So the Division of Election Audits and Training has done a number of activities. They performed 10 voting place visits on election day. I've detailed those visits here. Their main areas of focus were ADA accessibility, the AVS express vote setup of petitioners, tabulators, required signage. And they said they were very impressed with their review of the places that they visited. Each voting location, I think this is true across Maine, demonstrated that their priority was really making sure that every citizen could participate. Additionally, and this is the most exciting piece of this report, I think, is that they conducted the pilot for risk limiting audits of the 2024 general election. And this was for state legislative races. So they consulted with experts at the Federal Election Assistance Commission. I know they had a number of meetings with other stakeholders, including and had conversations with representatives from Verified Voting, representatives from the League of Women Voters. The pilot audit was done only for select races where the original vote margin between the winner and the runner-up did not exceed 4% and had not already been recounted. Remember, in 2024, we had a substantial number of recounts in close legislative races. So state representative districts 17, 20, 55, 83, and 90, as well as state Senate District 15 were audited. The pilot audit utilized a high-speed tabulator, the ES&S DS850, that allows that to scan large volumes of ballots quickly and could imprint each scanned ballot with a unique identifying number. The staff then pulled identified, randomly selected ballots, and 2 team members audibly announced the vote on that ballot while projecting the ballot on a screen for public review. The number of ballots reviewed depended on the margin of victory and the number of ballots cast in that election. So the first audit that they did resulted in revisions to the process to improve the process. They did that with stakeholders who were present on site watching the post-election audit pilot. And then the subsequent 5 audits were completed successfully. They met what is called the 5% risk limit threshold that demonstrates the accuracy of the election night results. So in conclusion, they successfully developed a risk limiting audit process that follows sound and recognized statistical and mathematical principles. It works with our current tabulating technology employed in Maine. It allows for the auditing of state legislative races. It accounts for Maine's unique geography and the fact that we run our elections by municipality, not county. It is based on reasonable criteria so that races most warranting an audit are selected automatically. It was publicly accessible, using technology to provide transparency and security, and is viable to conduct future official audits at larger scale. We will be auditing the 2026 elections. I say we, but what I mean is the Election Audit and Training Division will be conducting a post-election audit, a risk limiting audit of the 2026 elections.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Madam Secretary. Could you explain what that 5% risk limit threshold is and means?
So the 5% risk limit threshold, and I'm going to defer also to Deputy Flynn, and we could certainly bring the head of our post-election audits and training division, Emma Burke, before the committee if you really wanted to delve into the details. But my understanding is that is what provides you with a 95% confidence level that the election results were in fact an accurate reflection of voter intent without doing a hand recount of every single ballot. Deputy Flynn, do you want to add anything to what I just explained?
No, that's good. That's correct.
Thank you. Any other questions on this matter? Chair recognizes Representative Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Secretary, if I'm reading this correctly, our election staff with support or with feedback from stakeholders and feedback from experts on Federal Elections Assistance Commission came up with this system that now is being implemented.
Yes.
I just want to say that I think that that's amazing and a testament to the quality of the people working in our elections department, specifically the audit and the divisions of election audits. So thank them for us. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Emma Burke, as our director of that division, many of you may be familiar with her work at the Ethics Commission prior to being hired to head this brand new division, has done a phenomenal job creating a new program from scratch.
The Constitution of the United States was wise in many ways, but it was certainly wise to make sure that all power to administer elections was handled at the state level. And I'll pause there and let that sit in, because we know there are countries where that is not the case. And in those countries, the results of national elections are almost always questioned. And so while we are in a context where, yes, as our chair said, people are not trusting our elections based upon narratives, these are facts here about how our elections are won in Maine. And we are proud, and across all secretaries of state, that I have been a resident of Maine, Republican and Democrat. I have never had any lack of confidence in the outcome of our elections, because I simply know that the people who do the work, while they make mistakes, and we have mistakes here that are concerning, but the mistakes that are made are correctable. And the infrastructure of our elections is improvable. And we have gotten to a place where I believe that the voters, I won't use the word should, because people are going to feel how they feel. But if people want to have their minds and hearts opened to the accuracy and the safety and security of our elections, they simply have to look at what's in front of us this morning. You may proceed. Madam Chair recognizes Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate what you said, and I don't really disagree with any of it. I guess I just wanted to add, sometimes it feels when any of my colleagues raises questions or concerns about the election, we're kind of labeled as election deniers or the disinformation, malinformation.
Representative Boyer, I want to make it clear that that's not happening in this committee. So can you be please specific about who you're referring to?
Madam Secretary has labeled testimony that I've given as such. And I think we all agree that that happens. And I appreciate what you just said, that we can improve on it. And I think we can get there and work together if we, assume everybody's coming from a good place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments on this part of the report? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, you may proceed.
Thank you. Part C, no recounts were required or requested to be conducted at the state level for the 2025 referendum election. There were 5 local recounts that the department is aware of in Brunswick, Ellsworth, South Berwick, Westbrook, and Wyndham, following the November 2025 local elections. And to our knowledge, those local recounts all confirmed the election night results. Part D. So the report includes a provision for us to recommend any suggestions for changes. And I will say that in conversation with our clerks, and we meet with the clerks every 2 weeks to just make sure that there's a good exchange of information. The clerks have repeatedly expressed concerns that they do not feel comfortable reporting threats to the Office of Secretary of State because of statewide right to know laws, and that publicity around those threats may in fact make the clerks less safe because it may exacerbate local situations where they feel that they're being targeted. So we do recommend that this committee consider amending Title 21A 675 to either make those reports confidential or be explicit that all personally identifying information on the reports, as well as the name of the municipality, because of course, once you know the name of the municipality, you know exactly which clerk is receiving the threats, make that confidential. And I just state that because I do think that it is real, and we are in a toxic political environment. And I think this committee does a good job to demonstrate that there can be strong bipartisan collaboration to protect our elections and improved public confidence in our elections. I was really proud of this committee voting unanimously for our agency bill last spring to improve election security. And so I do think that we're in an environment where sometimes the victim gets shamed for even bringing a threat forward. And I think that's why clerks are stating that they don't feel comfortable reporting to us when they're threatened. In the official, we do an annual threat reporting training, and that's detailed in the subsequent report, which I could go into just briefly.
Please.
So there is a threats report that is dated January 12th. That was distributed to you all today. That's usually due in February, but it was easy to write this year because there were no reports by municipal public officials of threats or harassments, but rather this feedback that the lack of confidentiality makes clerks uncomfortable submitting those reports. I will state that there was some online activity directed at me, leading to a law enforcement presence at some of my public events. There was one text message specifically naming my parents, but there were no incidents of violence, fortunately. And then I will just state that in October of 2025, the Division of Election Audits and Training partnered with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles Enforcement Division to host a physical security de-escalation and threat reporting training for clerks. This is, of course, voluntary to clerks. About 30 municipal clerks and election workers attended. Additionally, election security is always a component of our annual clerks training. We did those clerks trainings in Augusta and Bangor this year. I also presented at the the Maine Municipal Association's conference to clerks. And then finally, I will just cite, and I think this is important, that funding for election security, including threat reporting through the Election Infrastructure Information Sharing and Analysis Center, was zeroed out by the federal government on February 14th, 2025. So this year was the first year that federal resources through the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency were not available to support our election security trainings. There was no national tabletop the vote. There was no national situation room on election day for information exchange by those states hosting elections. So that was a first. I was in Washington last week with the EISAC to discuss how the states and locals may fill the gap in 2026 through our own collaboration and our own resources to facilitate hopefully a national tabletop the vote, a national situation room. And I'm hopeful that federal support for security training and security resources will resume, but it has not yet.
Thank you. Any questions? Chair recognizes Representative Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have significant concern about the municipalities and the threats that they may endure, not only the clerks, but the town managers, even the select boards and the town councils, and we fall back on on home rule rules. My question, and I think this might have to be addressed subsequent legislatures through state and local government and looking at how municipalities do their work. My question is, how would you suggest we better help these municipalities handle this? I mean, my concern is that it's really where there are significant battles happening, where referendum are happening at multiple levels, recall elections are asked for multiple times, and it's happened all in municipalities. And as you state, it all falls under more home rule than it does Secretary of State's office. Could you share kind of your thoughts about how we can improve this situation?
So I think if the reports were made confidential, then that would improve the flexibility and the freedom that clerks or other municipal officials might feel to contact our office to say, hey, we have this situation locally that feels threatening. Are there any resources you can bring to bear? And there are resources sometimes at the state level. Quite frankly, the MIAC analyzes any concerns that are targeting me. If there are any online or text messages that come in or anonymous phone calls that come in. There is technology to identify, is this a viable threat or is this just someone, voicing their First Amendment, and people have the right, First Amendment right to be a jerk, right? But I think that not having the ability to share that concern confidentially keeps the municipalities from sharing information about what they're experiencing. So if there is someone who perhaps is already being investigated for threats against some state officials, there's no information sharing that's happening there because of that chilling effect. So I think that's, we have this mechanism of the threat report to provide disaggregated summary information to the legislature on an annual basis. I think it's worth considering whether some confidentiality protections might improve information sharing and security of our municipalities.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none.
So I think that brings us, I went through the threat report fairly quickly, but I think that brings us to the annual report for the central voter registration system. And this is a report that we bring to this committee every year. It's a report that I'm really proud of because it is a testament to the hard work that the Professional Elections Division does to ensure the security and integrity of our elections through regular, centralized voter list maintenance. And so Maine Election Law, Title 21A, Section 195 requires that the Secretary of State report annually on the administration of the central voter registration system and the automatic voter registration system. So I'm going to walk through some of our highlights. So these data highlights include that as of January 1, 2026, Maine has 1,038,603 active status voters and 763 inactive status voters. Now that is a snapshot in time on January 1st. And as a reminder, the system is an active system. Every day, voters are registering to vote, moving out of state perhaps, or moving jurisdictions, and sadly, people die every day. And so this is a moving, it's a dynamic list. But as of January 1st, 2026, Maine had just over 1 million voters. Statewide active status registered voters comprise 90.6% of Maine's voting age population. Now, I will say the voting age population has not been updated by the federal government since 2023, which is a bit unusual, but in 2023, our statewide voting age population was 1.1 million. We provide every year the list of statewide routine periodic voter list maintenance activities and what records of voters have been canceled for what reason. So in 2025, 12,472 records were canceled because voters were deceased. 15,611 records were canceled because they were duplicate records. 180,584 voters were canceled because those voters had been inactive in the prior two federal elections. There's an asterisk here, and that's because this was pursuant to a process under the National Voter Registration Act, the MVRA, that I requested that Deputy Flynn and her team do. What it entails is you look back at the prior two federal elections, and then you have to wait for two federal elections before voters who are inactive can then be canceled and removed permanently from the system. But that was the single largest list maintenance initiative taken since the establishment of the central voter registration system was first established 19 years ago. 8,073 voters moved from the municipality of registration. There were 4 registrar hearings that determined voters were ineligible. 518 voters requested removal from the list. So in other words, there were 217,216 total records canceled due to required voter list maintenance activities.
Question.
Yeah.
When a voter requests removal from a list, you can do that automatically and immediately. You don't have to wait for these inactive.
Yes.
presidential
And Deputy
elections.
Flynn, do you want to speak to voter requests for removal from the list?
Sure. Sometimes it's because a voter knows they're going to be moving out of town and they let the town they're vacating know. Sometimes it's they don't want to be on the voter list anymore. But they have to put it in writing and sign it before we would remove someone from the voter list for a request like
And
that.
do they have to provide a reason for that request when they put it in writing and sign it? Or can
They
they just, say,
don't.
I want to be removed from the voter rolls, period?
That's it. Yeah, and
Yeah.
sign it. And there is a movement of so similar to a sovereign citizen movement where they send those letters in with a red ink thumbprint that's supposed to authenticate them, but their signature is what authenticates them under the law.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Madam Secretary, you may proceed. Oh, Chair recognizes Representative Fredericks.
Hopefully an easy question. I think you just said that the voter age population was assigned from the federal government, that numeric is given. And my question is, how frequently is that evaluated?
Traditionally, it was an annual survey, but we have not seen an updated number since 2023.
Thank you.
And I would say that there is another percentage on here that I just calculated, and it might be wrong, but because of this inactive status purge, for lack of a better term, we are now at 99.93% active status voters of all registered voters. If you just add, I just did it by adding the 1,038,603 to the 763 and divided it by the total of those two things together. So it looks like now, as of
Yes.
January
Yes.
1st,
Yep, that's right.
99.93% of registered voters are in active status.
That's correct. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Fredericks.
Thank you for that number, and that's a pleasing number to hear. But in regards to the inactive voters, the 180,000, of which in the January 15th, 2025 report, you had mentioned that numeric.
Mhm.
So this is proof that now they're eliminated.
That's right.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
They've been canceled. So just moving through the letter, I think I already touched on the fact that the CVR is never static. The database is being accessed and updated daily by state and local election administrators in response to information received from voters, reliable data maintenance sources such as death records, notices of cancellation from election administrators in other jurisdictions, as well as we participate in Electronic Registration Information Center, ERIC, and our 2025 ERIC activities are in Appendix A, and I'll touch on those in a minute. In terms of the security measures, although municipal and state users access essential voter registration via the internet, no users have direct access to the application or database servers. The users are connecting to a web server via a web link, which connects to the application server, which is in the Secretary of State's data center, which is protected by the state's firewall system. And only the application server can access the database via a private network with the database server located in the Secretary of State's data center. So in other words, there are some high levels of protection of the source data itself. And I think that, as the 2025, as well as cumulative data from 2007 to 2025, and I'll draw your attention to that in a moment as well in the appendix, clearly demonstrate Maine has an excellent record of strong voter list maintenance that we can be very proud of. Our efforts to cancel records of voters who move, die, or for which duplicate records are created in error are ongoing, systematic, and they're reviewed and documented by the nonpartisan staff in the elections division. This is what election officials do. So I really look forward to working with you. I just want to draw your attention because this appendix is so rich. Appendix A has all of the data. You can see there's a complete description of the system itself, benefits of the system, the statistics and activities that I spoke about in part. I will say In 2025, municipal election clerks and registrars processed a total of 76,552 voter registration applications. And that resulted in 20,476 new voter registration records and 56,076 changes to existing voter registration, of which 31,239 were changes of address. Additionally, the central voter registration was used to issue 146,580 absentee ballot requests and 6,346 Yokava requests. And then if you move down to the bottom of page 2, you see there's cumulative statistics. So the cumulative number of voters who've been deceased from 2007 to present, the cumulative number of duplicate records, the cumulative number of voters inactive for 2 federal general elections. The highest number, of course, is voters moved from the municipality of registration. So you can see that list turnover is fairly significant. A total cumulative records canceled is 902,227 records for that period. Then if you move to page 3, we have detail around the ERIC program. We processed 2 reports from the ERIC program this year, the federal death records report, that's Maine voters who died out of state, and the duplicate records report from other states. Then there's help desk information here. In 2025, the central voter registration staff logged 1,933 non-security related calls to the help desk, as well as an additional 74 calls, 770 calls related to security, mostly related to password assistance. And then I detail the automatic voter registration system program. There's a nightly procedure where people at the Bureau of Motor Vehicles who are, where the BMV is verifying residency and identity and citizenship, those individuals voters have an opportunity to update their voter registration or register for the first time. There's a nightly procedure that creates a batch file. There were 18,041 completed automatic voter registration transactions in 2025. That's 24% of the total voter registration transactions for the year. And then I also, on the last page, you have here a summary of the online voter registration for 2025. There were 5,451 completed online voter registration transactions in 2025. That's substantially down from the approximate 35,000 OVR transactions in 2024, but that makes sense given that it was a referendum year as opposed to a general election year. So that is a lot of data, but I'm happy to answer questions on it.
There are a few incoming. Chair recognizes Representative Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here, Secretary of State. I know your schedule is super busy. 20,000 new registered voters, 18,000 through AVR at the BMV. What are you doing to ensure their citizenship? You did mention that they do that.
So at the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, citizenship can be demonstrated through a passport or a certified birth certificate. And that certified birth certificate must be issued. It's an official birth record issued by the state of origin. And that is required. We certainly have had individuals very upset that we require that level of proof, but those are the required, or naturalization papers. So those are the three proofs of citizenship that would be acceptable by the Bureau of Motor Vehicles for proof of citizenship.
So if I go online, I'm sorry, I grew since I last wore this. So if I go online, I register, or I go to the BMV, I get my driver's license, I register to vote. How do you distinguish those who are non-citizens from citizens? Or do you just treat everybody, hey, you got to come back here with a birth certificate? I mean, who do you call and how do you distinguish that?
So for the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, we require everyone to provide proof of residency, proof of identity that they are who they say they are, and proof of legal status. Now, for non-citizens, that there is a large binder of materials as to what types of documentation may prove legal status for non-citizens. For citizens, your proof of citizenship is going to be your birth certificate on U.S. soil, right? From a state, United States territory or state, and or your US passport issued only to citizens, or if you were an immigrant who became a citizen in a naturalization ceremony, then you would have your naturalization paperwork. So those are the only three ways you can be a citizen: is to have been born in the United States and have a US birth certificate, to have a United States passport, or to have that naturalization documentation. So only the citizens are offered the opportunity to register to vote. We are not a state. There are some states that everybody goes through the AVR process, and then on the back end, they try to sort through who's a citizen, who's a non-citizen. We don't do that. We are front end screening, so that you have to be a citizen before that is offered to you when you're at the Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
So then I would be, based on what you said, it would be accurate to believe that there is no back end scrubbing? That it's all done on the front end and there's
the
no back end?
municipal clerks then are actually the ones who are completing the registration, and that person the municipal clerks have to be satisfied that the identity and proof of residency is to their satisfaction. But in terms of the front end, only citizens are offered the opportunity to register to vote at the Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
Thank you.
And Deputy Flynn, is there anything you want to add to my description of the process for further clarification?
No, I think that's right.
And is that protocol directed by statute or rule?
Yes, statute.
So we did that in the legislature.
That's right.
When we initiated automatic voter registration in order to address the concerns that non-citizens might be using that as a way to backdoor an illegal registration, the legislature required that proof of citizenship be a part of that.
That's right.
Chair recognizes Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary. In the same vein, a viral video kind of came out of you saying that there may be non-citizens on our rolls. What prompted you to say that, and what's being done to make sure our rolls only have US citizens on them?
I did not say that.
Okay, I don't want to argue about what's on the viral video or not. It's been asked and answered. I have a related question, and it may be answered by this, and it is, when there is a registrar hearing determined that voters are ineligible, what are the reasons why voters are ineligible? What are the majority, or what kinds of reasons make a person ineligible, except for what other reason are you not eligible to vote in Maine outside of being not a citizen?
If you are not a resident of that municipality, that is the most common reason, I believe. Sometimes individuals will have property in a town and think that that entitles them to vote in that town, but they must be a resident of that town. Deputy Flynn, is there anything else that you want to share about those registrar hearings? I will say the person has the opportunity to be represented by a lawyer if they so choose. They can present the evidence of their choosing to demonstrate their residency or their qualifications as a citizen or whatever reason that they're being challenged. And they can appeal a decision of the registrar to Superior Court.
Has a voter ever been deemed ineligible because they were a non-citizen who thought they were able to legally register to vote, and it turned out that they were not legally able to register to vote because they may have been a permanent resident of the United States and are able to make political contributions and assume that they could register to vote, but then they found out they could not? Has that ever been a part of this hearing process?
I'm going to defer that question to Deputy Flynn.
We're not directly involved with the hearing process. It's done by the municipal officers. The municipal clerk, appealable to an appeals board, depending on the size of the community, or the municipal officers, and then appealable to Superior Court. All the ones I'm aware of are residency-based issues. Someone was a resident, established residence, moved out, bought another home elsewhere, wanted to remain on the list. Those are the ones where they're very contentious generally, and the clerks are coming to us to make sure they understand what's needed for proof and what their decision in the hearing processes entail. There have been a couple where they've been appealed to Superior Court, and the court has overturned the town's decision that they weren't a resident. It doesn't happen all that often, but that has occurred.
And this is a question that may need some research. Well, it's a strange question, but I'll ask it this way anyway. Could there be a statute that could withstand constitutional muster that could require all people to register to vote with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles?
Do you mean, could there be a statute that required that people register to vote only at the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and not their municipality?
Correct.
So the BMV is not the registrar, so technically the registration is happening via the municipal clerk when they receive the application from the BMV. And that, to Representative Chapman's point, creates that second review of the materials of the voter application for registration. I don't know whether that would pass muster with federal laws around voter registration, but I'm going to defer to Deputy Flynn.
So before you respond, Deputy Flynn,
Sure.
in states that are, I guess there are some states, and I haven't done my research on this before asking the question, so I will plead ignorance in advance. There are states that are requiring the registrars to verify citizenship eligibility that appear to be challenged in court. Do we know why those efforts are being challenged in court?
So I know I'm familiar with some of the federal controversies around executive orders by the president. And there is legislation that had passed in the House, but that has not passed in the Senate, that would require the registrars to verify citizenship. We have cautioned that what our experience has been at the Bureau of Motor Vehicles is you can't simply ask people that you suspect of being a non-citizen for their citizenship proof. And for married women in particular, if their name has changed, not only do they have to provide their certified birth certificate, they have to provide the legal documentation that their name changed, whether that be a marriage certificate. Sometimes that's divorce records if they've been married and divorced, their name has changed to something else. So I do think that there is a potential burden that would be placed on the voters in terms of the ability to timely register and cast their ballot, should we place registrars in that position. But I don't know if there's any litigation outside of the challenges to the federal executive order.
So the reason for the questions, if I'm not making it clear, is that it seems as if it's a privilege to register to vote through the automatic voter registration process, which is why there's been no challenge to the proof of citizenship required to use that process to register to vote. Because the corollary would be, if it's okay for the Bureau of Motor Vehicles to verify this information, why would it not be okay for the registrars to verify the exact same information using the exact same documentation? That is the question that I have. And I know that it may or may not represent what Representative Boyer is asking, but I'm wondering if there are two different levels of scrutiny on AVR and going to your municipal registrar to register to vote. Because right now the form is, I attest that I am a citizen and am able to vote. I would imagine that that same thing still has to be filled out in some form at the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, but there is a process whereby that is verified.
So I think it would definitely make same-day voter registration more challenging and potentially disenfranchise valid voters. And I will share with you that every day there are people that are turned away from the Bureau of Motor Vehicles because they think they have proof of citizenship. Perhaps they have a faded photocopy of a birth certificate from the hospital that their mother kept and gave to them. Perhaps they are, in fact, a woman who has been married and divorced multiple times and whose name has changed multiple times. And so they brought that certified birth certificate, but that name does not match their current name. And perhaps they're a senior citizen, and this happens occasionally, from Aroostook County or Washington County who was born across the border in Canada. And so suddenly they're having to consult with our immigration attorney to prove their citizenship to us. And so but particularly the married women, because I can tell you, we require them then to get that documentation. And if they've not held on to it, they have to go to other jurisdictions sometimes. And I got one angry letter from a constituent who said it took her over 6 months to get the documentation from another jurisdiction to prove to, her perspective was the BMV's satisfaction of the citizenship. And we had to explain to her that's simply the federal requirement. And so I think the concern about having the registrars doing this additional layer of proof of citizenship is that there would be a significant number of citizens who would show up thinking they could register to vote on election day or during that 30-day window and get turned away asking for more documents. And depending on who they are, that could take a substantial amount of time. And I see Deputy Secretary Flynn wants to wants to add some additional flavor to what I've said.
Thank you. Deputy Secretary, you may proceed.
I think unlike a paper transaction where someone is filling out and signing a voter registration card, automatic voter registration is using the digital data that has already been collected in a motor vehicle transaction and offering citizens to review that data and have that voter reg transaction be transmitted digitally to the central voter registration system. There's an image created at the end when the town processes it, but they're not starting with an affirmation on a voter reg card that says, I am a citizen. This was a process. There are some states when automatic voter registration started in some states, as the secretary mentioned. Oregon specifically, it was a back-end system. They let everybody take their motor vehicle data. They automatically registered them to vote. And then the town officials or the county officials in their case, had to go through and carefully review, send out notices to voters, ask for proof, and to try to sort out the people who weren't. And so we were, only a couple of years ago, the legislature decided to adopt automatic voter registration. And we did this front end process to say, we're going to accept it digitally, but we're only going to put through people who've already proven citizenship on a paper application originally to motor vehicle. And the town still is processing it. And I'd caution against making motor vehicle the only way, because not everybody has a driver license or state ID. They may have a document, a passport or some other thing that they could show, but they might not have it to hand.
I ask these questions in order for the people who do the work to tell us what is good or bad or potentially challenging about something that could maybe solve a problem in the minds of all the people, but then administering it becomes a really big problem. So that is why we have these briefings, and I appreciate you giving us this information for this committee and others to consider moving forward. Thank you. Are there any other questions on this matter from the committee? Chair recognizes Representative Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. And this may not be germane, or it may. So most of the people I talk to, constituents that are uncomfortable with the voter rolls as they are, and the thought of non-citizens voting starts with the BMV. There was a 3-month waiting list in Lewis and Auburn area. My son, trying to get his driver's license, actually went out of town to get it done. And it's mostly non-English speaking people, whether it's by choice or that's what they have to do because they don't speak English. Regardless, the place is packed right up until November, and then it stopped. And I hear it from a lot of people. So it's not so much, it does put things into question in your mind. Like the BMV is a place to register to vote, and you can't get in there if you're from that town.
I think the BMV traffic this year, I not just think, I've reported to the Transportation Committee that it has been unprecedented because the federal government put in place a real ID requirement on May 6th of 2025. And as of last December, only about 20% of Mainers had the real ID. And so we saw approximately double the traffic of folks coming into the Bureau of Motor Vehicles to get their real ID. The spring and summer and fall were dramatic because people were really, really focused on getting that real ID. We actually issued 153,000 real IDs in 2025. And that's pretty incredible when you think about the fact that usually you're on a 6-year cycle for licenses and IDs. So that's really why the branches have been so crowded. And thank goodness I implemented online appointments at the BMV in my first term with help from this legislature or help from a prior legislature. And you're correct. Those appointments in some of our branches are at this point 2 to 3 months out. And that's because they are so popular. You can still walk in day of, but that is definitely a real challenge. And so we encourage people to plan ahead. We're asking the Transportation Committee for additional staffing resources. And we're going to continue to see that level of traffic until everyone in Maine has a real ID. Because unfortunately, starting this winter, now the federal government is going to charge you $45 if you do not have the real ID when you fly. So that as soon as that hits the airwaves, or as soon as they start to implement that, we're going to see another panic rush. And we fully anticipate that.
So you now need a real ID to travel, even if you have a passport?
No, you do. You can use your passport, but they are not. We have received anecdotal reports that in some jurisdictions, people are being told they need the real ID too.
Even if they have a
But
passport?
online, you can have your passport, and legally, under federal law, your passport suffices.
Okay, I just thank you for that, because just like you have it in here, a mistake made that someone was asking for a photo ID at the voting place because they believe that's the way it ought to be, even though the statute doesn't require it. There could be people saying you need your real ID to travel, even though federal statute doesn't require it.
That's right.
If you have a passport.
If you have a passport or a military ID or other federally recognized ID.
Interesting. Well, this is good to know.
But no question, we are very busy at the branches and it's a real challenge. But I don't think we are not offering any non-citizens the opportunity to register to vote at the BMV. And our teams work really hard. They do a really good job.
Chair recognizes Senator Toussaint.
I just want to make sure that there's clear information on the record. I, for one, I'm sure I'm not the only Mainer who refuses to get a real ID, but I have the privilege of having a passport card to use instead. But I just wanted to be sure that, given that it was phrased as the offices being backed up because they're non-English English-speaking people, watch me speak English, crowding the waiting rooms, that the need for appointments and the interest in getting into the office for real ID is related to every Mainer who wants a real ID without regard to whether they speak English or whether they are a citizen. Is that the case?
That is correct.
Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree with my colleague to my right, but would also add that obviously registering people to vote at the BMV takes up time that otherwise we wouldn't have been taking up time. So, but I have just a clarifying question, if you could, and then 2 information requests. If you could help me understand the 86,000 BMV applicants who opted out of continuing to the AVR transaction, does that mean 86,000 people were offered the opportunity and said no, or what does that mean exactly?
Yeah, so every citizen who is at the Bureau of Motor Vehicles for a license or ID transaction has the opportunity to update their registration at that moment. we have a high percentage of Mainers who they're renewing their license because they're required to on a regular basis. However, they're not changing their jurisdiction. For example, the last time I renewed my license, nothing about my voter registration changed because I was still living at the same address and I was still registered in the same political party.
You didn't want to become a Republican, Madam Secretary?
Not this year. So you can opt out of that transaction, but the BMV makes no assumptions about whether you want to change your political party or just every citizen is offered automatic voter registration in that moment.
86,000 people said no, I'm all set.
Right.
More or
And
less.
yes. And we do know that of all of the real IDs that we issued in 2025, I had folks run the data last week, 79,528 were processed with duplicate information of their current residence, meaning that they already either had a real ID or a license at that same address. So that confirms that's roughly the same number. It confirms our belief that those are mostly people that they haven't moved and they haven't changed their party.
Thank you. Now, I also like to thank your staff have helped with constituents and other people with the driver's license, getting the information there, the options, and it was much appreciated.
Thank you. Our staff work really hard. And if a constituent has a genuine emergency, say they're flying out tomorrow and they need a same day voter, they need same day voter registration. Just kidding. If they need a same day real ID, we do print those in Augusta. And for one Republican legislator who's wanted to see his grandson, a family member needed a real ID in order to be able to fly out on a holiday. And we were able to process that same day and get that to them so that they could make their flight the next day. So that is a service we offer to everyone. It has to be a true emergency. You can't just say, oh, I want it today. You have to tell us that you were flying out this week. But our staff works really hard and they put in a lot of overtime.
And thank you. And the information requests, I was hoping you could share the checklist and notes for the audit that was conducted at those 10 voting places, see some of the
Absolutely.
primary documents. And then could we receive the BMV and the online voter registration data broken down by party?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Assuming it exists, but I think it must.
Thank you. Any other questions for the secretary regarding this report? Seeing none, any other questions for the secretary regarding anything related to these? Seeing none.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate this
Well,
opportunity.
we appreciate you and your office being on time with all of these reports. Our analyst said it earlier. She means it. It helps a great deal, especially in the emergency session, as I know we at least have we have at least one matter to consider for legislation. And it will take time to do if this committee is willing to look at whether or not certain threats should be confidential. We know that if we as a committee think we should pass that legislation, it still has to go before the Right to Know committee in judiciary for them to take a look at it as well. So it is something that we will consider seriously because you have asked us to do it. But we know that time is of the essence. So we appreciate being able to have this presentation on our first day back to work, because people out in the world are looking at all of our elections. And as we have heard from everyone, there are concerns, and we are here to try to make sure that those concerns are addressed to the best of our ability. People will believe what they believe, but we are responsible for making sure that the factual foundation is there, and we communicate that to our constituents as we see fit. And I hope that we do. Chair recognizes Representative Chapman.
Thanks, Chair. I don't know if this is true or not, but I was told that a referendum question is going around and there's some people are offering information that isn't factual to the question at hand. What's the Secretary of State's office stance on that?
So there is there are a couple of referendum petitions being circulated currently. We post the content of those as well as the individuals who solicited those referendum petitions on our website. And I can certainly send that to your analyst so that she can distribute it to you as a committee. We received a number of complaints over the weekend from individuals who allege that they were misled or lied to about a petition that is seeking to amend Maine's cannabis laws. Specifically, the petition seeks to repeal certain aspects of the recreational cannabis sales and increase testing and other requirements for medical cannabis. And so specifically, people are alleging that what is being spoken about that petition is not congruent with the content of the petition itself. Now, unfortunately, petitioners have a First Amendment right to say whatever they want to say.
You have a right to lie.
You have a right to lie under the First Amendment. And
Yeah, you do.
so we cannot, I do not have authority to take any enforcement action over the truth of what is being said. And the only, the two violations that petitioners, well, there are lots of violations petitioners may engage in, but two that have been alleged that we certainly will continue to monitor are petitions may not be left unattended by the specific circulator for that petition. So you can't just leave a petition in the back of a room and encourage people to sign in on their way out. And you cannot hand a petition from one circulator to another, to another, to another, to another. It's one circulator, and that circulator must be present for all of the signatures that are collected and see the person signing that. The second piece is that included in the petition paperwork is a copy of the actual statutory changes that would be made to the law should the referendum pass. And that must be always attached to the petition itself. And everyone who signs must have an opportunity to sit and read the whole thing, if that's what they want to do, so that they know exactly what they're signing. Sometimes circulators will detach the legislation from the sheets. The civil service staff have done some good work to make that more challenging, but still that must be a complete package if it's a multi-page legislation. And so those two violations are reasons that signatures would not be counted. But someone signing because they believe it's something else, that unfortunately happens
A lot.
frequently. And so we really encourage citizens to think about what you're signing, why you're signing it, and what it means, and to take the time to read the legislation.
I would also say that we just had that happen clearly with the last referendum cycle. And that is why I absolutely agree with the law on the books that requires a public hearing for all referendum questions that make it to the ballot, so that any inconsistencies with what people may think something is are fleshed out in a public hearing in a work session of the legislature. Chair recognizes Member Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Secretary, I think your office has done in the past. Would you be willing to put out a release letting folks know that you've got complaints and that, just a couple bullet points on what the initiative actually does? I think would go a long way for
Certainly, we could certainly do some sort of, post. Social media might actually be the most effective in just saying, linking people back to the content of the legislation, and so that people can read for themselves, and reminding people to read carefully before they sign. Certainly.
Thank you. I worked hard for that initiative.
Any other questions for the Secretary of State while she's with us? Chair recognizes Senator Tucson.
I think this might be the first time, thank you, Mr. Chair, that I have the opportunity to say parenthetically. I have a question. Would your office be a appropriate place to make a complaint about the behavior of signature gatherers at a public place? That is, if you witness the signature gatherers practically coming to blows in a very assertive way as they each compete to approach a potential signatory. I witnessed that this weekend, and the private property on which the signatures were being gathered were very upset, and they should be. But there, at the time, it seemed their only recourse was to call the police. And I was hoping that, would you receive a complaint after the fact if I Or is that just completely just tell the Portland Police?
Unfortunately, my authority is limited to the validity of the petitions themselves, which is limited to do the signatures on the petition? Are they registered voters in that municipality? Is the circulator, have they registered with our office, and have they followed the rules in terms of providing address and date and all of those sorts of things? And are they including the content of the legislation as well as the signature sheet as they make the petition available? I do not have any authority to intervene or for there to be any consequence in terms of the behavior of the petitioners. Indeed, even at the polling places, that's really, the warden can ask a petitioner to leave because of unruly behavior, and then they can summons the police. But even in that context, I, as secretary, don't have any jurisdiction because I don't have oversight into the speech or behavior of the petitioners, just the validity of what's on the sheets. And unfortunately, I don't think circulators should be from outside of the state, but I lost that case when Representative Buckingham sued me. So, so signatures are people for hire. They get shipped in from outside of the state, and they get paid a lot of money per signature. And the Secretary of State's office lost that court case too. And so there is a huge financial incentive to get those signatures by hook or by crook. And my authority is limited to, are those registered voters, and were the forms completed accurately?
And the people of the state rejected the law court's conclusion, even though it doesn't matter. Because
Right.
we tried to change the law to match what their interpretation of the Constitution was, and the people said, no, we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
We still want all petitioners to be residents of the state, even though that is no longer enforceable. So that's just another way that the people disagreed with the court decision, and they expressed that disagreement by saying no to the ballot question that we unanimously put in front of them, because we like everything to match. We don't want people to read the Constitution or the law and think they can do something, or that they're required to be a resident when in fact they are not. But the people didn't allow for that cleanup. So here we are. You have another question? Or comment?
Comment. I just, in my experience, I love our open process where people can petition to put something on the
Yes.
ballot. And in most instances, the guys and gals who are gathering signatures, both paid or unpaid, are respectful and solicitous as they approach voters. And the behavior that I witnessed this weekend just makes it tough for everybody else who's out there doing this work, paid or unpaid, in state or out of state. And it's too bad. I had hoped there might be a opportunity for remedy that would get some feedback back to the folks who put the question out there, to do a better job of training their signature gatherers, short of, engaging law enforcement, but apparently not. So,
Well, that's interesting. I mean, you could create a complaint process. Deputy Flynn is.
No,
No more
please,
work.
Leave us out of it.
I can certainly convey to the organizers of the petition that we've received a significant number of complaints over the last several days about the activities of circulators for one particular petition.
I mean, mostly what we do here, the Constitution included, is what, I'll use old language, so pardon me in advance, it's a gentleman's agreement. It's an honor system. People have to act as if they're going to respect the letter of the law. And there are bad actors, and there are outlaws, and there are people that are just going to do what they're going to do, and there's nothing any of us can do about it. So thankfully, Maine is a place where people do the right thing 99.9% of the time. Anything else for the secretary before the committee takes a break for lunch? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Flynn,
Thank
and
you.
your entire staff, and all the
Nice
work
to see you.
that you all do.
We
The
appreciate it.
committee is going to go on a lunch break. I said earlier we wouldn't, but it's 12:30. We will be returned at 1 o'clock to begin our work session. We'll start with LD 1365, followed up by LD 1609 and LD 584. And I suggest that if caucuses are caucusing, please do it in the next half an hour at lunch. Although I will say that there are a few work sessions that we haven't even had a bill presentation yet. So do what you will. The committee will be at ease. Yes. The committee will be in order. Welcome back to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. We are going to begin our work session agenda for our first Monday of the new year. We will begin with LD 1340-65, followed by LD 1609, followed by LD 584. And so with that, Chair opens the work session on LD 1365, an act to allow consumption of adult use cannabis in locally approved hospitality lounges, presented by Representative Boyer of Poland. We have not had a work session on this, and so Ms. Olson, the floor is yours.
Okay, LD 1365 is a carryover bill for the committee. The committee held a work session, the committee held a public hearing on the bill on May 8th of last year. At the time of the public hearing, the sponsor, Representative Boyer, had distributed to committee members and to the public in advance of that public hearing an amendment to the bill, which struck the language in the proposed bill and replaced it. So, as a result, some of the testimony received was on the original bill, some was on the proposed amendment. I have the summary of the original bill, which I could read to you. And then I also have the summary of the proposed amendment, which is what was put forward at the time of the public hearing. There should be a copy of that in your folder as well. And I can do either one of those as you would like. I mostly talked about the proposed amendment in the information that is in the rest of the bill analysis in front of you, though, to give you that context, because that was what the committee was considering at the time of the public hearing. We don't have a fiscal note on this at this time. And given the substantial changes to the proposed language in the amendment, any fiscal note we would have had would probably be irrelevant. So with that, I'll tell you about the amendment.
Please and thank you.
Okay. So the new title is an act to allow adult use cannabis stores to operate cannabis consumption lounges. It establishes on-premise cannabis consumption lounges located at licensed cannabis retail stores, subject to local approval and endorsement by the Office of Cannabis Policy. It also makes other necessary changes to the adult use cannabis laws and smoking laws, as the proposed amendment envisions allowing smoking of cannabis within the consumption lounge, pursuant to a couple of other things within the proposed amendment. Establishes a required cannabis server education course for employees directly involved in retail sales and management of cannabis consumption lounges. That language is based on the Safe Serve language for alcohol service. It establishes a Cannabis Liability Act, which is modeled on the Liquor Liability Act. And it envisions, but doesn't establish, a future effective date to allow time for implementation and for the Office of Cannabis Policy to design and implement a public service campaign related to on-premise consumption of cannabis. I think the most important note for the committee is to know that the proposed amendment as drafted is not complete. The proposed amendment includes a series of bullet points placed in statute where we think that they would go based on the proposal, but does not fully flesh out the language. So that's probably the number one most important thing for you to know at this point, is that it is not in a form that could be voted on at this point. There are a number of decisions that would need to be made, some of which rely heavily on policy decisions. So that's probably the first thing that you all should be aware of. And then I'll just also note that a cannabis server education course as outlined does not currently exist. It would need to be developed, and that would have to be implemented before any cannabis consumption lounges could operate. And that the proposed language is modeled on Safe Serve and may or may not be completely appropriate for a cannabis consumption lounge model. And that same statement would apply to the proposal for a Cannabis Liability Act as well. No idea when an appropriate effective date might be. As I said, I think a lot of things would need to be determined by this committee before an effective date might be established in the future. And then lastly, and I mentioned this morning, as you are aware, there are a number of changes at the federal level regarding cannabis that are creating uncertainty for some members of the regulated community, which is the background behind a lot of our conversations this session related to cannabis.
Thank you, Ms. Olson, for walking us through the bill and its amendment proposed by the bill sponsor. Were there any questions from the committee?
Yeah.
Chair recognizes Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that our neighbors to the south, Massachusetts, just recently passed a similar version of this. Have you had any time to take a gander at how they structured it?
No, I have not.
Okay. Do you know, is that in effect, Representative Boyer? I haven't heard. I've been paying attention to nothing, so.
I think it became law. I don't think anything's operational yet, but I think it could be worth our while to take a look at how they structured it, and might answer some of the outstanding questions we have. I'd be open to amending it. You know, this is a premise, and seeing how they do it and getting it what they got through the legislature, I think would be worth it.
Chair recognizes Representative Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Representative Boyer, and thank you for your knowledge on cannabis industry and bringing to our attention what could be happening in Massachusetts. I don't speak for everyone. I'm just speaking for myself. I like the idea of there being places where people can go and imbibe. What I don't see here though is an amendment that I can look at and like have questions on. And so I want to know kind of where we are with that process, because it is something I support and it is something in the future I would love to see, but I don't see a path from here to there just yet. And I'll just say for one of my first thoughts is establishing a server education course. I was thinking ServSafe isn't actually is it run by the government, or is it run outside of the government? And it's something that governments contract with and pay for, like, cause is my understanding, like, cause when I took ServSafe, it was like municipalities paid, we all went into a room and like we took this course, but it wasn't like a government operation was training us. It was like, it was a program outside of the government's purview. So it's, it's not a program that the government put together, is my understanding. So I have some I'd be really curious, like I'm not supportive of tasking OCP with putting together a training course in the same manner that ServSafe is, because I think that that's kind of outside their purview personally, but I would want to know more about that. But in general, the idea is something that I really like and support, but I do not see how we get from there to here with what I have in front of me right now. So that's all I got.
That's very fair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Any other comments from the committee on what is in front of us? Chair recognizes Representative Graham.
I just have a quick question. So we do have the sponsor's amendment from May, but we don't actually have the clear sponsored amendment now for this bill?
There has been no update to the proposed amendment since the time of the public hearing.
Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just looking at Massachusetts timeline, they will the Cannabis Control Commission there voted unanimously to approve these license types, and they're now going to the Secretary of State down there for review, and are anticipated to take effect January 2nd, 2026. So they're making progress down there. I'll do the homework on that and see how they structured it, maybe work with the analyst and update the amendment. And last session, on the 131st, I spiked this bill. Not happening this time. I will be getting a roll call vote on this bill, and I think it's time that cannabis consumers have a place to consume it like we do with alcohol. We're a tourist state. We can't use it in the hotels. People complain about smelling it in the roadways and the parks. Well, we need a solution. Thank you.
So Representative Boyer, are you going to propose a timeline for this committee if we were to table this bill today, which it sounds like you would request us to do? We will need to vote this bill out by the end of the month, in whatever form or fashion you believe we should be asking the legislature to consider it. And so can you today let us know when you might be ready to present an amendment to the committee to consider for a vote that is complete and is exactly what you would like for us to vote on?
The last Monday or Wednesday or Friday that's in this month.
Which would be the 25th, what are the dates? Ms. Olson, for the last week of the month. And if you could also, Ms. Olson, look at our proposed.
The 26th. The 26th through the 30th are
Yes,
the last
that's it.
days. We are planning to meet all tentatively. We are planning to meet all 3 days that
Correct.
week. We are tentatively planning a full day of briefings on the 26th.
That's correct.
As well as a full day of work sessions on the 28th. And as your analyst, if you are asking me to make drafting changes, which I am happy to do, in order to meet an end of the month deadline, I will need that information probably by the end of this week to give it the time and energy that you deserve.
So the plan then would be, if we were to table this bill today, you would need to have language to the analysts for drafting by the end of the week, which would give the analyst an opportunity to get something to us for the last week of January. And the last week of January, we do intend to have lots of briefings and discussions just about cannabis generally on that Monday. And we may work bills regarding cannabis Wednesday and Friday of that week. So that's where this bill would end back up on the schedule. Should it get a full version of an amendment that the committee could vote on? Is that a fair way to put it, Ms. Olson? So Representative Boyer, is that something that you are willing to do?
Yes, I move to table.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. The motion is non-debatable. All those in favor of a tabling motion, please indicate in usual manner. Please keep your hands raised so that our clerk can see what we are doing here, since not everybody's hand is raised. So please keep your hands raised. And Madam Clerk, just let me know when you are ready. All those opposed? 1. The motion carries. The legislation will be tabled until later in the month. Thank you very much. And so, Madam Clerk, let me know when you are ready. Oh, we're not taking a vote on anything yet. We're going to move on. The chair will open the work session on LD 1609, an act to prevent the participation of individuals and companies linked to federally recognized criminal organizations in the medical and adult use cannabis programs, presented by Representative Fredericks. Again, we have had no work session on this, so on this particular piece of legislation, but there's a catch. Ms. Olson, please, when you are ready, take us through.
Okay, LD 1609 is an act to prevent the participation of individuals and companies linked to federally recognized criminal organizations in the medical and adult use cannabis programs. So this bill requires the Department of Administrative and Financial Services Office of Cannabis Policy to, and this applies to both adult use and medical use with the appropriate terminology, but to deny a license under the Cannabis Legalization Act to any person associated with organized crime as identified by state or federal law enforcement officers within the 5 years prior to application. Deny a license to any person who operates a cannabis establishment at a physical location known to be associated with organized crime within the 5 years before the finding of the association as identified by state or federal law enforcement officers. Revoke for a period of 5 years a license currently held by a licensee if the person or the physical location of a licensed cannabis establishment is known to be associated with organized crime as identified by state or federal law enforcement officers. And as I said, those requirements also apply to registrations, both a card or certificate issued under the Maine Medical Use of Cannabis Act as well. This public hearing was held on May 8th of 2025. At the time, a public hearing was jointly held on the bills listed on the sheet, and then with their titles below, which makes the testimony varied and not easily summarized. The committee had before it last session a group of bills that were considering proposals related to the illicit cultivation of cannabis, particularly in the medical cannabis market. And those are listed here. They included LD 13, 20, 1455, 1608, and 1609 that all proposed sort of similar changes to the bill before you in 1609. And then additionally, LD 1717, an act regarding background checks for medical cannabis providers. Different way of targeting the policy issue at hand, what was considered with the group. Although background checks did appear in a couple of the other proposals. All of those bills were voted on not to pass by this committee, and LD 1609 was selected as the vehicle to carry over for the policy issue. So a couple of things to note. First and foremost, as written, the proposal raises concerns about due process, and the provisions in the bill would likely face court challenges. MMA in their testimony noted that the term in the bill, any person associated with organized crime, is too vague and open to interpretation, and that would make it challenging to enforce and legally questionable. They suggested if a version of this type of proposal were to move forward, it would need to include due process protections, clearly defined evidentiary standards, and guidance to both state and local officials about how determinations are to be made. OCP suggests that instituting mandatory inventory tracking and testing in the medical cannabis industry would be a better way to address illicit cannabis operations. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Chair recognizes Representative Fredericks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given that there were many bills that were brought forward and had addressed the need or the importance of the value of a federal background check, I would like that to be, I would like to have the language in my bill stricken and amended so that it's requiring just that it would simplify it to at least start with that as the fundamental requirement to at least address the sprawling network of organized crime that we have that's in our state. And it was even our director of OCP that also testified that he recognized the link to these transnational criminal organizations. So what's the simplest, quickest process that we can engage, endorse, vote for, support, so that it would filter out the malfeasance that is existing in our cannabis industry, that our own cannabis industry has come before us asking for this black market to be addressed. And it's not just these bad actors, but it's also, I want to underscore, we have a public health concern about these neurotoxins, these chemicals that some bad actors are using that are not even FDA approved. These are coming from other countries brought into our area and placing our Mainers at risk of violence, public safety, and health. So in short, I'm hoping that Rachel will help me with this language, but I would like to strike out the 5-year, all of that, and just bring it back to, I'll just hold on that and see where the dialogue goes.
Thank you, Representative Frederick. If I understand you, and based on conversations that we've had off mic, it would seem to me that an approach to this bill would be to, in some ways, replace it with language from LD 1717, which may not be exactly correct, but what we're trying to do here is to make one regimen for background checks available to both the medical and the adult use programs, and not just people who have to pass a fingerprint background check because they are administering cannabis to someone in a school setting. So I don't know how that would look, but I think that the basic idea is to just have one standard for background checks so that it's not an in-state only background check for both programs. Everybody would have to adhere to the same standard for background check with the same guidelines that we have already amended a few times, whereas the assistants don't need it, but the owners do. That's what we're talking about here, Ms. Olson.
Being privy to some of this conversation, I had Michelle pull LD 1717 for you all on your desks. LD 1717, which is an act regarding background checks for medical cannabis providers, would, I believe, do what is being asked. It requires anyone applying for or renewing a registry identification card or registration certificate. I'm going to hold up my finger because I know there's a but. Under the Maine Medical Use of Cannabis Act to submit to a criminal history record check. It does include the language in Title 25. These are the fingerprint-based criminal history record checks. If a person applying for or renewing a registry identification card or registration certificate is a business entity, then every officer or director or assistant of the business entity is also required to submit to a criminal history record check. The way that this has done that is in Title 22, in the sections talking about the registration card or certificate. It's now adding language that says you must submit to this criminal history record check pursuant to Section 2425B, which is a newly established section, which starts on page 3 of that bill of 1717. You should have that on your desk.
Yeah, we have a folder, everyone, just to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah.
And it just says LD 1717, yeah.
This section it's based on two things. Currently in the medical cannabis statute, individuals who are administering cannabis on school grounds are subject to this fingerprint background check. And so that language is actually stricken from the statute on page 2 and the top of page 3, because it now says it's going to refer to this other section. So you still have to do it, no change. And the language is nearly identical to what is written here. There's a few like minor updates. And then that language is also in the adult use cannabis section of statute. And that is in section. I have it somewhere. I don't remember the number off the top of my head. At the time we considered 1717, that last session, there was some consideration of having this being the vehicle to move forward. I held it from being reported out for a little while conversations were had. At that time, there was also a proposal, because currently as drafted, 1717 includes assistants. And there was some conversation about not including assistants. So assistants of caregivers would not need to go through the criminal history record check. As written, they would be. So that isn't something that we need to be amended in the language in 1717. And there's no reason why you can't replace the language in 1609 with the language in 1717, amended in any way that you would like.
Yeah, I think the idea would be to amend this so that it matches currently what this committee's policy has already been on who needs to have a background check in both programs. That's what should not change. And so if that means that LD 1717 has to be amended in order to make that the case, I believe that that would be what we're trying to go for with whatever amendment we would make to LD 16. Sorry, my brain this is what happens when you have a 1609. Chair recognizes Representative Himes. No, chair's in error. If you understood what I just said, Ms. Olson. Chair recognizes Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's pretty reasonable. It's something that came up at the cannabis summit that I hosted the other week, and there was consensus around that idea. There's still a lot of concern about the illegal grows, lack of movement from the administration on it. And so I think I'd be ready to vote for that if we don't need language to do what you just said. If we want to move some paper. And the other thing I was interested in is hearing from OCP regarding the residency requirement. You know, the current posture of the state is that they didn't want to go to court, or they lost once and didn't want to appeal. But we've seen around the country in the last couple of weeks rulings that say that the U.S. Constitution's Commerce Clause is dormant because it's still federally illegal. And so, you know, that was part of the initial initial language of the Citizens Initiative, that it should be for Mainers to operate this industry. And I think that would, if we could enforce that, then that would help with the illegal grows. If you go, you know, on the spreadsheet on OCP's website, there's a lot of New York, Massachusetts addresses that are in our program. And a lot of folks think it should be for Mainers only.
I think that the residency questions can be had in a discussion. We're going to have a briefing on Monday, the 26th, and we're going to ask a lot of folks to just come and sit in front of us and tell us their truth. And I think that that could be a time when we have that conversation with the office, because we are still trying to arrange for members of law enforcement to come forward and tell us what's going on the ground with these illegal grows right now. But aside from that, I think that what we're proposing to do with this legislation is at least going to address a concern that, since you can't operate in this state, if you do have something in your background that can only be identified with a more expansive background check, that at least that check is off. We're checking that off.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. And since OCP's in the room now, I guess just if they could look into that for that, because I'd like to bring it up.
We'll make sure that we get a specific question for OCP to address when we ask them to come forward on January 26th to tell us about the state of cannabis. Because we are working that out, because we want the Office of Cannabis Policy to be able to address specific questions that we come up with as the chairs or as a committee or as we have been discussing in the past. So we'll make sure to put the residency requirement on the list to figure out how we got to where we got here in Maine, because that's actually what it is you are asking. How did we get to where we got, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Olson, did you, Chair recognized Representative Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Oh. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It was a dream, but it's passed.
And I apologize. I think it's the first day back under the lights. I can't remember, we had discussions about removing background checks not too long ago, and I was wondering if you could refresh my memory as to what we did and some of the reasoning behind that. And what we're discussing now is that, like, as I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around it, are we reversing that decision essentially? Because I remember there being a concern of mine is, you know, penalizing people, especially people who, you know, previous to when cannabis was legal, who, you know, might have had, you know, a criminal background in something that is now considered legal, and not allowing them, you know, to partake in the industry. So I'm concerned about some unintended consequences. I hate to use that word, but I am concerned, and I'd like to know a little bit more, that we're not just kind of taking away something that we did a few years ago, and something that I was actually kind of proud that we did. So I can't completely wrap my brain around like exactly what we're doing right now. I apologize. Like, I understand the concept, but I'm a little, I want it, like, I need a moment to look at the language, you know?
Yeah. I think and Ms. Olson can help a little bit here. We are not interested in going backwards with some of the progress that we have made on who is required to have a background check. So we're not trying to change the policies that we have already voted into law recently.
Okay.
All we're doing is, for people who are required to have background checks, that they all have the same background check. I think that's the easiest way to say it, but I might be wrong, because I just saw Ms. Olson twist her head. And when she does that, it could mean that I misspoke somehow.
And then my other question would be, like, with that information, what is to be done with that information? Like, how does that empower, how can that curb the bad behavior, how can that help to curb this network that we are all concerned about in our state?
The second part of your question is less direct.
Okay.
I guess what it could possibly do is, because right now in the medical program across the board, unless you are providing cannabis on school grounds, it's a state-only background check, and we can certainly ask the Office of Cannabis Policy to come forward and
It's okay.
explain this to us.
No.
So what it could do is find someone who may be in violation of what our standards are from another state,
Okay,
who is asking to apply to get a registration in Maine.
okay.
And we wouldn't catch that under the current rubric because our background checks don't expand that far. I think I've said that correctly, but I'll ask someone from the Office of Cannabis Policy, whether it's whoever wants to come forward from the Office of Cannabis Policy to explain to us how background checks currently work under the rubric of the laws that are in effect today, based on all the reforms that we have made. Good afternoon. Happy New Year.
Good afternoon. Happy New Year to you too, sir. My name is Vern Malik. I'm the Deputy Director of Operations at the Office of Cannabis Policy. I oversee the compliance and licensing functions. To answer your question, as it stands right now, for people who are applying as principals for adult use cannabis, if they're applying for licensure outside of the individual identification card. So if they're going to own or be a principal in a licensed facility, they have to undergo a federal background check that involves fingerprints being taken and a check through the FBI's national database. And they cross-reference the fingerprints, the name, and the date of birth, all three. And the information that we gain from that, we review the data, and then we make a decision whether or not they're qualified to be in the program. There's no disqualifying drug offense within the 5-year look back period, then they move forward. We don't keep copies of those background checks. We view them and then delete them. And that's best practice. That's what the State Bureau of Identification recommends. If we wanted to keep them, we could, but it would entail another layer of security around the confidentiality of those records. So it's easier for us just to view them and discard. If you look at the medical program, under the medical program, the same requirement is true, so that if they're just looking for a registry identification card to work in the industry, they don't have to have a background check. But if they're going to be a caregiver or a dispensary owner, they have to go through a background check. That's only a check of their main criminal history, and it's not fingerprint supported, and it doesn't look back across the nation.
That's currently. And so if we were to change the law through this vehicle, we would try to apply the same standards of the owners, the caregivers, people who are going to be running the business, to have a federal fingerprint background check.
Yes.
And would the department be opposed to that?
No, we would support the streamlining of the two programs.
And we wouldn't be trying to require this of every single person working in the cannabis industry, because we've already had that debate and we've come to a conclusion that certain people don't need it and certain people do. And we would want for this legislation to retain those categories of people required to have background checks. Is that correct? Is that the will of the bill sponsor? Yes. I just want to make sure that I'm getting the will of the bill sponsor in this conversation. Representative Topeka, do you have any questions for Mr. Malik based on what you've just heard?
No, it's the question would open up a whole rabbit hole, and gosh, so many rabbit holes are in the legislature. I don't need to open up that rabbit hole. I appreciate you coming up and fleshing that out for answering that question.
Are there any other questions for the director? I've seen why before. Just wait. Chair recognizes Representative Malik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Mr. Malik. My question for you is just writ large. Do you think that this kind of streamlining in the background requirements would meaningfully curb this kind of illicit activity?
It's difficult to say because we don't have that tool available to us now. I can tell you that we do periodically, like probably every year, we do come across someone in the medical program that has a disqualifying drug conviction in another state that we learn about through some other avenue. And we have to go back and revoke them. I do think that it's always helpful to us when we're doing an investigation or researching people in order to gauge whether or not they're qualified to be in the program, to look at other states that they've lived, other things that might have happened. So as an example, if say someone had been arrested a month ago in New York, and they're under no obligation to disclose that to us, but this would tell us that. And we would then initiate an investigation to review their qualifications in general. So it could raise a flag for us, certainly. Whether or not it would be meaningful or not, I don't know. Our position is that based on our experience, all of the players that I think we're all talking about have opted to join the medical program. There have been none that have applied for the adult use program. And our speculation is that it's because of the increased level of regulation and tracking that makes it difficult to participate in the illicit market. So that's a valuable tool, I think, to address this.
Chair recognizes Representative Speaker.
Thank you. And I just wanted to comment to Mark, kind of in a response to your question. And it's like, I have the same concerns, but also another concern that I have is like, there's a lot of distrust on a lot of sides here. And, one can think, okay, now that you have this information, how can it be weaponized? Or one could think like, are you going to do right with this information? And I see like folks kind of coming together in an agreement on a tool and like taking a step forward. And so, my first thought is like, will it be successful enough? But I think it's like a kind of an act of faith of believing that it will be. And last word. That's sarcasm.
Representative Malley.
Thank
Followed
you.
by Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I mean, I want to be very clear. I'm likely to support whatever we come to some kind of consensus on here. I just wanted to get a sense of sometimes we do things for the sake of doing them, and I want to make sure that that's not what we're doing here. I want these illegal grows stopped. I think we all do. Or at least we all should if we don't. But I don't want it to do something just to say I did it and not have it have any real effect at all. And I do share a concern that I think you at least hinted at earlier, Madam Chair, about not wanting to criminalize individuals who, have records based on activity that was previously illegal, but they're operating in good faith now, and we don't want to perpetuate that kind of mass incarceration mentality.
I want to be clear, the chair doesn't like background checks, period. And so my reservations about background checks in general would normally keep me from voting against any of this, but this isn't where we are. And so I'm just trying to make it clear, if you want to be in any of Maine's regulated cannabis programs, this is also true for hemp, and I didn't agree with that either. But it is true that even to grow hemp in the state of Maine, you need an FBI background check. So this actually just equalizes it across all of the cannabis space industries. And I'm actually going to be okay with supporting such as that, as long as we're not overdoing it. And I think we've already made progress in not overdoing it. Chair recognizes Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Malik, this bill is a culmination of 5, 6 other bills looking to address this illegal grow issue. I would be remiss not to ask if the department, short of adding testing and tracking to the medical program, has any other ideas to help curb the illicit market in Maine.
Thank you for the question. I think that our experience is that there are sort of two parallel tracks that this takes. So one of them that I think, and maybe I'm mistaken, that this bill tries to address is keeping bad actors out of the regulated programs. The second track that I think you're talking about is the generalized track of illicit cannabis cultivation and trafficking, and, you know, how that might compete with the regulated industry and how it might be harmful, you know, to the public because of, you know, certain chemicals and toxic things that are applied to that product, as well as, you know, the availability of it and the competition it produces. So I think those are on two parallel tracks, but OCP's charges the regulated industry, and we work cooperatively with law enforcement to address the illicit industry. And we do that really, I would dare say, on a weekly basis. We're in discussions with law enforcement about investigations that they're working on and whether or not folks are in the program or not. That's generally the first stop that law enforcement makes is, hey, I'm investigating this suspected behavior. Is it legal? Have you authorized it? Those are two different tracks, and I would urge you to talk with law enforcement about what they need in order to help address this issue, because it's certainly a big issue and it definitely has a negative impact on the regulated industry. And, you know, we're very concerned about that and the associated criminal behavior that goes with it. But we're only a partner with law enforcement on that. They are the drivers on the investigations into the illicit activity. In rare instances, there might be a regulated individual who's also operating well into the criminal side, and we work more in alignment with law enforcement. But we're largely a silent partner in the illicit investigations.
Thank you for that, Director. And this committee does intend to invite law enforcement if they are willing to come and talk to us about what they think they might need from the legislature to further improve their work in cracking down on this. So any other questions? Chair recognizes Representative Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. I think the question was more, and it may have been misunderstood, but illegal illicit actors then moving into the medical program and getting licensed. Is there anything that you can think of to help protect those individuals from getting into the program and becoming legal?
Yeah, so I think that, well, thank you for that added point. I appreciate that. I think that what we've seen is they don't want to play in the adult use market. And we assume that that's because of the different regulatory levels associated with that. And that those have built-in triggers to try to prevent inversion and diversion, along with testing and many other things. So we suspect that that will definitely be a deterrent to illicit operators trying to get in with the intent of operating illicitly. And now that's not to say that there may be individuals out there who are operating in the illicit market currently or have very recently and wish to convert and become regulated and operate legally. And so, I mean, I think with every state that's legalized cannabis, those folks are the initial first people in, are folks that have experience that they got from operating illicitly. And so they're welcomed in. I'm trying to think of the term and it's evading me now, but they're the early onset folks, the early adopters. And to the extent that there are individuals that may have operated illicitly that want to become regulated and operate in that program and follow the rules, you know, we certainly want to support that. I don't think that's who these folks are.
And as we said in our earlier conversation, there are people that are just going to act outside of the law because that's what they do. It doesn't matter how easy or hard it is to have regulations. They're just going to be a part of it. So are there any other questions for Mr. Malik from the committee? We'll be discussing this again this month, maybe next month too. But the bill in front of us is what we have in front of us today. So thank you for being here and we will see you again. What is the will of the committee on LD 1609? Chair recognizes Representative Speaker.
So after this discussion and the points brought up, I don't feel the concern to see the language like I did. So I would be supportive of, I would support it. As we've discussed, but I don't feel confident that I could put it into language to make a motion right now.
Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Boyer.
Is there a chance that this could, change could result in a fiscal note? Or since the applicants pay for the background check, there shouldn't be a fiscal note?
There should not be any fiscal note attached to that change. We're already doing background checks and the cost of fingerprinting is borne by the applicant.
Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we pass as amended. It's been a while.
I know. It's gonna help you out.
Turn of phrase. With the understanding that assistance wouldn't be required. And making sure that we have this uniformity with the federal background checks for both programs. Is that all you need, Rachel? Come back with language review anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I will bring this back for a couple of reasons. One, just because we're all getting back into the swing of things. I think what you didn't say, but what you meant was to use the language from 1717.
Yeah.
But without the assistant language. So assistants wouldn't be required to have the background check. There's at least one other section I want to double check. If you look at line 41 and 42 on the bottom of page 1 of 1717, that there, it strikes out the section that says except that an assistant is not required. And then the word assistant is in a few other places. So I'm assuming what you're asking is assistants do not need to do this.
Correct.
Whether that's an assistant working for registered manufacturing facility or a cannabis testing facility or with inherent hazardous substances, but it would include, we would still have background checks for individuals at long-term care facilities who are assisting qualifying patients.
Yes.
And then any applicant for a registration card except an assistant. Okay.
Yeah.
I think then yes. And the only other thing I'll have to check, that I didn't really do this with 1717, is there were some changes made to the cannabis laws last session. And this language was written in the prior version of the statute. So I just need to make sure that things haven't changed. And then there are some bills that were held by the governor that are going to take effect, but they don't take effect until after this legislature adjourns. I don't think any of them had an emergency. So I'm just going to look at all of that and I'll bring all of that information back to you.
Thank you.
But I think I do understand the proposal.
So the motion is all to pass as amended for LD 1609 using primarily the language from LD 1717 with amendments that are necessary to ensure that those who are currently not required to have background checks remain not required to have background checks. I think it's the safest way to say that, and we will see all of that when we see all of that. Is there a second to that motion? It's been seconded by Representative Himes. Motion is made by Representative Boyer. It's been seconded by Representative Himes. Is the committee wishing to discuss this motion? Is the committee ready for the question on this motion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you. Senator Doosan absent. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Timberlake absent. Representative Graham.
Yay.
Representative Graham votes yay. Representative Terry.
Yay.
Representative Terry votes yay. Representative Frost absent. Representative Chapman.
Yep.
Representative Chapman votes yes. Representative Boyer.
Yes.
Representative Boyer votes yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika votes yes. Representative Hines.
Yes.
Representative Hines votes yes. Representative Fredericks.
Yes.
Representative Fredericks votes yes. Representative Fairclough.
Yes.
Representative Fairclough votes yes. And Representative Mallon.
Yes.
Representative Mallon votes yes.
I have 10 members voting in the affirmative with 3 members absent. The motion prevails. Absent members will have until Wednesday at noon to cast their votes in absentia. And with that, I will close the work session on LD 1609.
Paper.
All right. And with that, the chair will open the work session on LD 584. And act to make the director of the Office of Cannabis Policy an appointed position subject to confirmation by the legislature. We have not had a work session yet on this bill, and so I will ask Ms. Olson to provide us her bill analysis. Please and thank you.
I don't know where I am. I got it. You got me. Thank you.
Okay, 584 is coming around. LD 584 is originally an act to make the director of the Office of Cannabis Policy an appointed position subject to confirmation by the legislature. This committee held a public hearing on that proposal on March 10th of 2025. I'm going to call it the original bill because there was a proposed amendment from the sponsor circulated. But the original bill provides that the director of the Office of Cannabis Policy within the Department of Administrative and Financial Services is appointed by the governor, and that the appointment is subject to review by the Joint Standing Committee of the legislature having jurisdiction over cannabis matters and to confirmation by the legislature. The bill also requires the governor to appoint the director of the Office of Cannabis Policy no later than 60 days after the effective date of this legislation. No fiscal impact statement at this time. There was a proposed amendment that is on yellow in your packet, and that was shared with the committee and members of the public in advance of the work session on Friday. The proposed sponsor amendment expands the scope of the bill to include the director of the Gambling Control Unit within the Department of Public Safety and the director of the Bureau of Alcoholic Beverages and Lottery Operations within the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. The amendment also alters the appointing authority to be the appropriate commissioner with the advice and consent of the governor rather than by the governor. The appointments would still be subject to review by the Committee of Jurisdiction and confirmation by the legislature. Finally, the amendment establishes an effective date for this bill as of January 6, 2027, which is Inauguration Day, and retains the provisions that appointments shall be made no later than 60 days from that effective date. So I have a couple of things to mention to get you started. And there were some questions on confirmable appointments when we had the public hearing. So some of this information is related to those requests. In your packet, you have information from the Office of Governor Mills regarding boards and commissions. The governor makes both confirmable and personal appointments. Confirmable appointments require a public hearing before our Joint Standing Committee of the legislature for the purposes of confirming the governor's nomination, and they require final confirmation by the Senate. The confirmation process is a partisan activity, and the list that you have is a list of appointments and boards, not including the personal appointments, requiring confirmation by the legislature with a few additional handwritten ones on there. And we can take a look at that if you want, but in summary, those appointments other than commissioners, which require confirmation, include, generally speaking, bureaus or agencies that are or act independently from the department or operate with a level of authority more in line with that of a department commissioner. These statutory provisions also generally contain a term limit. I think by and large, it's 4 or 5 years, as well as a removal provision in statute. And that removal provision is also generally impeachment or by the governor on address of both branches of the legislature. And what I mean by that is if you're looking at your list of commissioners and executive positions, there's a couple that fall related to banking and insurance, like the superintendent of insurance, superintendent of the Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection, Maine Bureau of Banking. Those are all 5-year appointments. And they do not serve at the pleasure of the governor. They have a removal provision in them as well. And those agencies act more independently or they act as an independent entity really outside of the commissioner's authority. The positions, Bablo and OCP's directors are both considered major policy influencing positions in statute. Except where a term is otherwise provided by law, the appointing authority of the department or agency in which that major policy influencing position is located may appoint and remove persons to and from these positions at the appointing authority's pleasure. So Director of Bablo and OCP are both classified as such. They serve at the pleasure of the commissioner, and commissioners serve at the pleasure of the governor. Connected to the original bill were concerns regarding the current director of the Office of Cannabis Policy. There is a one-page summary in your packet of the September 2025 OPEGA report on the Office of Cannabis Policy, Identification and Management of Conflicts of Interest in Procurement. That's included in your materials. The full report can be viewed on OPEGA's webpage. I did give you in your packet as well a couple of other examples of non-commissioner level appointments that require confirmation by the legislature. The Office of State Fire Marshal is one that was mentioned at the time of the public hearing, but you'll note in the included materials that does also include a 4-year term provision and the removal provisions as well. And the Chief of State Police is another example that was referenced at the time of public hearing. Again, that has those 2 provisions. Chief of State Police is an interesting one, though, as well, because if you note the second exclamation point, it also says that it's the intent of the legislature that the governor may, in their discretion, appoint the same person to be the Commissioner of Public Safety as the Chief of Maine State Police. So that's, just wanted to kind of add that when I talked about the level of authority. MEMA is another kind of example of that. I've given you the organizational chart for the Department of Administrative and Financial Services, so you can see that only 2 offices out of their many bureaus are being identified in the proposed amendment, and then the one-page summary from OPEGA's annual report. So as I've kind of already mentioned, in regards to the proposed amendment, I think the committee might want to consider whether language should be added regarding statutory term limits or removal provisions, as appointing them really kind of changes to whose authority they have to be subject to its authority. So that weirdly. And then finally, and I wanted to note, and I know there are people behind me who have expressed this, but the original bill was only focused on the Office of Cannabis Policy. The proposed amendment significantly expands that scope. While those entities are within VLA's jurisdiction, we did not receive, as a committee, any testimony from stakeholders from either of those other industries, from the gambling industry, whether that's charitable or for profit, or from our Bablo industry, so liquor or lottery. And we didn't hear from those agencies or departments either. So we did not receive feedback from those stakeholders or interested parties. And then finally, when it comes to the gambling control unit, this is one I've mentioned before how it's structured. It's changed as gambling, particularly for-profit gaming, has expanded and will continue to expand with the authorization of internet gaming that's going to take effect as well. So gambling control unit is placed in state government within the Department of Public Safety currently. And the gambling control unit only oversees some of the gambling operations in the state, but an ever increasing number of them. We also have the Gambling Control Board. This is an appointed board. That board oversees land-based casinos. And so, but the executive director of the Gambling Control Board is required by statute to be the director of the Gambling Control Unit. The committee, if going to be considering making changes to how the Gambling Control Unit's director is chosen, They want to look at the broader placement of the gambling control unit within state government, as well as the organizational structure and the relationship between the gambling control unit and the gambling control board.
Thank you,
You're welcome.
Ms. Olson. I think at the end of the day, what this bill and its amendment propose to do is increase legislative oversight of people in positions that are, in this case, oversee the businesses of the state that receive a lot of money and bring a lot of revenue into the state coffers. It started with an issue with an individual. It ends with the legislature wanting to ask itself if it deserves more oversight of people in really important positions that are not at the commissioner level. So it's just really a question for us. I would like to see the bill move forward. I'm not married to its passage, but here's what I think. There are other agencies in state government as well that have positions of power where I do believe the legislature should have a say in who they are. And it doesn't take away from the serve at the pleasure of the commissioner or the governor. I can think of bureau directors in the office of, in the Department of Agricultural Conservation and Forestry. They're all doing a really good job, but they could all serve with confirmation appointments because it gives the legislature an ability to question them even under oath in a confirmation hearing. And I think that when we talk about regulated stakeholders who have concerns about whoever are in charge or not, the confirmation hearing allows them an opportunity to present their thoughts and feelings to the committee for us to consider, is this the right person for this job going forward? I've amended the bill or proposed to amend the bill so that as far as the Office of Cannabis Policy Director is concerned, and all of these positions are concerned, BABLO Director and the Gambling Control Unit, it wouldn't take effect until there's a new administration. The coterminous appointment language and the ability to be removed by impeachment or a governor to address both branches of government, I think is an important provision to include because it should be coterminous with whoever is in charge. That's the point. It's not, we're not taking their authority away to hire who they want. We're giving the legislature the authority to vet them. I think that's the easiest way to say it. I think the Gambling Control Unit, though, position, as I think about what Ms. Olson just said, may deserve a different conversation because of the layering in state government of where that person sits. And so I would suggest, since this is my legislation, that if we move forward with this, we take those provisions out of this amendment and just stick to the two that are in the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. And yes, we are singling out two departments, but if you look at the organizational chart of those two departments, I don't think that there's anyone at the helm of any of the other divisions or offices or bureaus or whatever they are called. And I could be wrong about this because it's not as if I've been here long enough to hear all of the feedback on all of these people from different places. But they're not really public-facing regulators. Maybe with the exception of the state economist. I could be wrong about that. But the director of BABLO and the director of the Office of Cannabis Policy oversee the businesses of the state, one more directly than the other. And neither of these positions is about, at this point, the person in them. They are about the position. And so we will be having a different administration because term limits require it. The same people may be there, the same people may not be there. But if there's going to be someone else, I think that who was ever on this committee should have an opportunity to ask those people questions before they get the job. And so I would suggest that we move forward with this, at least to have a debate upstairs or downstairs, as the case may be, by adding language around coterminous with the appointments, and they can be removed by impeachment or by the governor's address to both chambers. And we remove anything having to do with the Gambling Control Unit from this legislation until we can have a different conversation about what we're going to do with all of the new regulations that are going to come down the pike, given that iGaming will go into effect at some point this year. So that would be my request to the committee, and I'm happy to be talked out of it if someone wants to do that. But I think it's a good bill. I think it increases legislative oversight. I think that the director of the Office of Child and Family Services should be confirmed by the legislature, but the way we set it up, that's just not the case. So this could be a precedent in the right direction. Somewhere along the way, somebody thought that the fire marshal should be confirmed, and so they put something in statute to make that so. I think that we have seen with the work of this committee and with stakeholders who are regulated by our Bablo director and by our OCP director, that they have things to say, they agree and they disagree. And we can hear those disagreements and decide if these are the right people for the job moving forward. But this won't affect this administration at all. And so I think that's a really big difference between the original bill and this one, is this is forward-looking and has nothing to do with the two people that are in position today. So Chair recognizes Representative Boyer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think all that sounds good and be happy to support it.
What is the will of the committee? Chair recognizes Representative Topeka.
So, I did co-sign onto the bill, and then as I was looking at the chart, I was having a lot of hesitancy because it is a big, bold move, and I know you to be a big, bold policymaker, and I respect that about you. And I could see a way where, you know, maybe, you know, if it was to pass, it would just be like these two positions. And then one day in the future, we'd be like, why are these two positions like this? And these other ones aren't that like this. And so I was really hesitating. I was hesitating supporting this at all. And I didn't know how, like, you know, I'm just kind of taking in what you were saying. And, but then when you brought up the fire marshal and you said at some point they decided to confirm the fire marshal, or separate and confirm the fire marshal. I would like a moment to look into the reasons why they did that and the conversation around that, because that is separate. And I don't know enough about that, but when you said that, that is a standalone position, because I think sometimes in government, we have a way of doing things, and then on down the road, we're like, well, why is this like this and everything else is like this, and it's all kind of uneven. And so, you know, I respect your vision on so much policy, and I don't want to just jump to being like, no, I can't do this. So I personally would like a moment to kind of look into that, because as soon as you said that, I was like, well, there was a reason.
Well, I thank you for that, Representative. I think that the fire marshal, well, we can look, we can get the legislative record.
And I can
I think
also
they
look
were
too,
established, and in their establishment, they were proposed to be a confirmable position. I will also say, having served on the Marijuana Legalization Implementation Committee, that's a mouthful, say fast. When we knew we were going to create an office to regulate cannabis that wasn't going to be Bablo, because at the time on that committee, there was this big discussion about, we can't just put this in Bablo. We want it to be separate from Bablo. Behind the scenes, I spoke with the folks on that committee, the chairs at the time, I won't name them, but I said, well, if we establish a new office to do this, why don't we make the position confirmable? But it came up so late in the conversation, it didn't make it into the law. And so that's just what happened. But I thought, given new industry, we don't really know what's going on, how this is going to look, who it's going to be. Let's make this person confirmable so that the governor or the commissioner still has their choice, but that person gets vetted. And I would say that if this were a confirmable position from the start, so many of the things that have come before this committee under both of the iterations of the office would have at least been discussed in public, on mic, in a confirmation hearing, and we still could have voted to confirm everybody that has been in these positions. But we would have been able to hear from the public and the stakeholders about what their concerns may or may not have been about either one or both of the people who have served in the role. And so it's about the legislature having a say, giving the people a say through the legislature, that we've got a person that's going to do something new and big. And we know cannabis is new and big, and liquor is always new and big. I mean, to this day, there's still things about the liquor industry that I know nothing about, and I've been on this committee for 4 or 5 terms. And I think that there's still talks in the hallway about the way that we enter into certain contracts with, it's all what it is. And confirmable positions give the legislature an opportunity to vet on the mic. And we have the power on mic to put people under oath. So if people really want to hold people's feet to the fire, they can ask questions of folks under oath if that's what the committee desires in that moment. So I think it's a tool for us. And so we don't need to vote this out today if people need to want to take a breath. But that is where I'm at. I feel like this is about us. It's not really about the people in the positions. Chair recognizes Representative Faircloth, followed by Representative Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, for one, I'm not ready yet anyway, because I just look at the number of departments that exist. I don't know, and I would want to be educated about understanding the criteria for this, for all the different departments of state government, and are we, why this one, not the others? And maybe there's an education I could have about that and get there, but I would want to have that broad education to make sure I understand. And I know I sure don't.
I think that I appreciate that, Representative Faircloth. Remember the role of the legislature and how we are constitutionally drafted. Every commissioner on this list, every confirmable board and commission on this list was created by us. We've decided that these are confirmable and we've decided they're not. Now, for instance, the people on boards and commissions, most of them have no power to do anything except advise, and yet we confirm them. The Gambling Control Board, those are all confirmable positions, but the director of the Gambling Control Unit is not. And so I just think that we can look at why we have made some people confirmable and not. But departments that have commissioners, almost every commissioner is confirmed. If we had a department of cannabis and a commissioner of cannabis, that person would be confirmed. Sort of, we wouldn't even question that. But we're not going to create a separate department. That does not mean, though, that the person who leads the office isn't as important as a commissioner and probably ought to be vetted by us in some way, shape, or form. And that includes bad blow. So again, this is the first conversation we've had about this on mic. We don't have to rush it. So we can certainly take time. But this really, everything on here is what the legislature has determined should be a department, should be an office, should be a bureau, should be a board, should be a commission. These are all what we do as lawmakers. And so we can decide how many people we want to confirm or none at all. I just think that the way that state government has evolved is that the executive branch has increased in power and authority, and the legislature has submerged in power and authority. And it's really up to us to determine if we want to keep going down or if we want to reestablish ourselves as the first branch of government that has some say over just about everything, because that's what the people want us to do, is have some say over just about everything. Even though we can't be experts on all of it, we can at least vet the people that are going to do the people's work. And if they are in positions that are submerged within really large bureaucracies that never have to be subject to confirmation, then we can get a lot of problems. And we've seen that in other places. So that's really what this is about. It's about reestablishing legislative power. Representative Speaker.
And, I do agree nationally and statewide that the executive branches have a concentration of power. And so I appreciate there being no rush to vote on this today. So, and also that statement that you just made.
Thank you, Representative Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to say it quite as articulate as you, but I felt the same way. And I feel as if worst case scenario is it's just a formality. It's not really a hiccup or a hitch. And having more oversight and open conversations with people, I think would have exposed a lot of things, answered some questions long before people got a seat where they're sitting now. So I appreciate this bill and I support it. Thank you.
Chair. Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, we're talking about a $500 million industry when it comes to cannabis. I don't have alcohol at the top of my head, but I'm sure it's similar. Where there's money, there's power, there's the opportunity for fraud, corruption. And, cannabis, this is a new industry, a new market, new regulator. We've only had one really regulator for 7 years, more or less, the chief executive and their administration. And this isn't about them. This is about the next governor and their appointments. And we heard issues with alcohol. We heard concerns about the RFP for the liquor contract and stuff like that. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to assert our legislative authority as a equal branch of government, greater branch of government. Depends where you're sitting, I guess. And I mean, I have licensees, cannabis licensees telling me they're contemplating suicide because of what OCP is doing to them and treating them. If that doesn't bother you, then I don't know what will.
Any other thoughts? Chair recognizes Representative Terry, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with a lot of things that have been said here today, but there's a little fear for me about voting on this right now. And that fear is the potential for partisanship inside these positions down the road, which may also not help our stance as a legislature. So,
Well, these are partisan positions because they serve at the pleasure of the person sitting in the executive branch, and confirmation hearings are partisan processes.
but I would like to add, it might become more politicized as well. That's just my fear. So that's my 2 cents at this point.
I appreciate that. Absolutely. Any other thoughts, comments from the committee? So we have one information request, which is to find out what the establishment of the fire marshal's confirmation was. Was it just the establishment of the office, or was it a change in the establishment of the office? I think we should absolutely at least get the legislative record on that. We can look it up too, but we're having this discussion and our analysts can help us with this for sure. And I really appreciate having this document, which is online, which we could all look at, just to see like what we currently require to be confirmed or not. I mean, I serve on a board and a commission that's not subject to confirmation, and there are other boards and commissions where all members are subject. And so really, these are choices that the legislature makes in a moment, given a bill that's in front of it. Has there been a review of all of it, of all of state government by a study commission? We've had proposals to make that happen. There's one sitting right now in 2 committees, one I think in judiciary and one in state and local government, for us to look at the operation of state government to decide if all of this that we currently have is the right way to go. We may not be able to answer that question in 5 years, but I do think it's important for us who are sitting here in this term to answer the question that is put in front of it through this legislation, and not think that we have to solve all of the other problems that exist, or that we could improve every other thing that exists in our boards and commissions and the organizations of our state government. The sponsor is asking for us to look at this because that's all we've got in front of us right now. But I appreciate the fact that we can take a break from it to think about it more. And the fear of partisanship is just real. So I definitely appreciate that, but it's not going to stop anything from becoming partisan. Anyway, that's just the way it is. I wish there were no parties. George Washington, where are you? But here we are. You know, this is the situation that we face. So the chair would entertain, unless there are any more comments, Representative Fairclough.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there's been requests for information about the fire marshal, and I do want to know, I do want to understand and learn. I'm trying to remember in my previous history, an analogous type of proposal. So for me, it would be helpful to look at the various departments and see, are there department heads that are subject to confirmation? I just don't know enough, and I'd like to have that context as a request for information as well, just so we see, okay, if we're doing it for different departments and those underneath each different department, what would we be looking at and how we make that decision?
Ms.
So
Olson.
the list that I gave you is the list of appointments that are made by the governor and confirmed by the legislature. No one wants to call out anyone's information on the web, but I did find 3 other examples that aren't on the list. State Fire Marshal, the Director of MEMA, and the Executive Director of the Office of Affordable Healthcare. I've put those as stars on the side. I had our researcher look into it as well. So I can't promise you that it is perfect, but this is a very comprehensive list of positions in state government that are appointed by the governor and confirmed by the legislature.
or appointed by someone and confirmed by the legislature. When you add those asterisks.
That's true. There, when I add the asterisks, it does add in these that are appointed by a commissioner with the advice and consent of the governor. But those still follow the same process for confirmation, which is outlined here at the very top, about how, and again, these are partisan, so I don't really understand the process, so I choose not to, because it's easier for me to focus on our legislative work when you guys are doing confirmations. But, you get the materials packet, there are questionnaires that they complete, then you hold a public hearing, you review the materials, there's a Q&A period, and then the committee makes its recommendation, which goes to the Senate floor, and then there's a requirement about being when you're sworn in based off of the time of your appointment. You have very strict timing. That part I know because I'm on all of the emails. You have very strict timing requirements. But I think that's that. And then I did look into sort of like broader policy behind these types of things. And there really wasn't a good answer to that because it is ultimately legislative authority that establishes these. And so I tried to kind of summarize of the ones that we have that are not a commissioner, what is it that they sort of all have in common? And that's what I tried to provide you in the first paragraph, second paragraph, excuse me, on the second page. Just about a lot of these are either they act independently or they are in fact independent of the commissioners and the department. And or they have sort of these other or they specifically have statutory authority that is very similar to a commissioner's authority, like MEMA, for example, So I think those are the kind of the things that have gone into the conversations that the legislature has had when establishing positions that are going to be confirmable.
And I thank you for that, Ms. Olson, because it's my opinion that the duties that we have prescribed to the director of the Office of Cannabis Policy and the director of the Bureau of Alcoholic Beverages and Licensing Operations are like commissioner level positions. I mean, they have a huge responsibility. And the only reason why cannabis is under DAFs is because it makes money. There's actually no reason for cannabis to be under DAFs because administrative and financial services and cannabis, what do they have to do with each other? Nothing. But that's where we put them instead of creating a separate entity called the Department of Cannabis, which we could do, but then we create another level of bureaucracy that we don't necessarily need, and we can still make the person confirmable by the legislature, partisanship notwithstanding. Representative Fairclough.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate all the reasoning you provided, and thank you for the list. I read the list of those who are, and helpfully what you further brought forward was kind of how or what criteria is set for that. And that's my interest, is kind of making sure I better understand throughout the entire government of the state of Maine. If we say we will add this confirmable person, what are the analogous entities that perhaps are not confirmable now? Just so we understand how we are helping to adjust that criteria for making a position confirmable.
Mr. Chair.
I just have a question for you, Representative Fairclough, if I may. Are you suggesting that that criteria should be equal or considered, or should it be, well, that's the question. Are you saying that that's what would help you, is that we know that there's some criteria that we're basing this on, or are we simply basing it on the evidence in front of us?
Thank you for the question. I would want to learn about how these type of decisions are made and how a decision we would make to create this position being confirmable would be analogous to the philosophy that's been adopted over the course of state government.
Got it. Representative Boyer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to present a flip side to my colleague from Gorham's comments in that imagine a scenario in which the Blaine House is a Republican or a Democrat, and then, the House and the Senate are a different party. At that point, they'd have to put forth a nominee that they know they can get the votes from the other side. Whereas right now it's there is no vote or anything. They just get to put their person in there. So if we like consolidating power in the executive, vote against this. If we want to assert ourselves a little bit, vote for this, is how it goes in my head.
Chair recognizes Representative Himes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair. I've been stewing all day with a bunch of questions. It's the first time because it's late in the day that I actually kind of press them forward. So the question that I have, and it can be brought back for the next work session because I'm pretty sure everybody on their first day back is kind of winding down. So the two positions we're talking about, Director for Bablo, Director for Cannabis Policy, in my mind right now, separate from what you want to do with this bill, what is their job hiring criteria now? And does that change if we make them confirmable because of what Representative Parnell Perry brought up? Is that it could very easily, here's my problem. There is a consistency across the United States and the government in general where we appoint people that have no business and no qualifications to be in there whatsoever, but they get it because they know somebody. So my question is that what is the requirement for these two individuals now? And will that change if we make this change to them just being, hey, I got an associate's degree 52 years ago, and now I'm going to run a major thing that does a $500 million industry. There should be some kind of criteria when you're dealing with this much money for the state that you have some kind of something. And what is it now and what will it become if we change it? That's a big rabbit hole that I will work with you on, but it ultimately comes to we appoint people, both parties across the whole country, into positions who have no knowledge whatsoever on it, and they go in and they really mess it up. So.
Ms. Olson.
Can't answer that completely. I will reach out to both about the criteria for hiring. I'm going to add two things. Number one is, would it change? I mean, I'm not sure. We did hear from, testimony concerns that are specific to because the bill is just about cannabis and OCP, that it's been challenging to find qualified individuals for that position. And that could become more challenging if it's subject to confirmation. So that was noted. And then in the examples that I provided to you, and I didn't do necessarily a close analysis of all of the other non-commissioner level positions that are appointed, but some of them have some language about needing to have some type of experience related to the role in statute. So that is certainly something that you could consider. I don't know about all of the language for the commissioners. I haven't done a close analysis of the language that establishes those and how they're selected. So some may or may not have what I might call criteria language. But that's something you could also consider putting in statute if there were certain qualities that you wanted or would require to see in someone seeking that role, knowing that anything you put in could potentially make it more challenging. But if it's important enough, that's something for you to consider doing. So that's kind of one. So I can't answer sort of what is required currently about the positions, but those two things could influence how you might move forward with the bill.
I mean, I would think that if you put someone up for nomination, you have done some vetting of what their qualifications are for the job. I'm just saying, like, that would be the utopia version. But the point of a confirmation, if you put somebody in front of a committee that's not qualified, you would hope the committee says no. Bring me someone else, please. But the way it currently is we have no say at all. So ironically, a governor could hire anyone to any of these positions that's not confirmable, who's not qualified to do the job, just because they owe them a favor. And that's who we are stuck with as the regulator, could have no idea how to do the job. And some would argue that we've had that regulator. The first one had never done this before and got the job, and would probably say openly, I'm not qualified to do this. But they got the job because there was no other way for him not to get the job because he was hired. So it works both ways, Representative.
Right, I agree. And that's kind of what Representative Terry had brought up, is the partisanship behind it. Like, if you don't set any criteria, whether we're in a certain situation in our state right now, and that can change at any given point. Yep. In order to make sure that we're doing this right from the beginning, setting a basic guideline, hey, if you are doing this, you should have some knowledge on it. I would recommend that we put into this, because I understand where you're going with this. And it makes sense to me. But if we're going to, hey, right now, for Bablo, you have to have this, and this to hey, you just have to know the governor. You still have to come to a confirmation hearing, but that's all dependent on who is running the legislature and the Blaine House.
That is correct.
So that's why I'm saying there might be a good segue into taking what may be currently on the books and bringing some of that over into our confirmation process for these two specific things.
I have absolutely no opposition to everything I'm hearing right now.
We're speaking the same language, just different.
None, zero. Any other thoughts or questions? Chair would entertain a motion to table.
Motion to table.
All those in favor, please indicate in usual manner. Motion prevails. The bill will be tabled until further notice, and we will work on this week because I know that we're up against the clock. So we will have some conversations. Is there anything else, Ms. Olson, that you would like to talk with our committee about?
There was talk during the reports, of a letter to
Yes.
the Office of Attorney General, and we were also presented with potential legislative
Yes.
changes.
Yes.
Do we want to talk about those two things right now?
I think we should because of the clock that we're on. Now, the letter is probably a more straightforward approach. I know Representative Himes wants our letter to include a directed timeline for the Office of the Attorney General to complete an investigation that is totally in the public interest. And we could certainly ask that and frame it however we want. And I think that's really the basis of the letter is just, we understand that the Office of the Secretary of State has referred the investigation of this matter to your office. Can you give us any idea about when this investigation will be over and publicly available? I guess is kind of what we want to know.
And everyone was okay with the proposed method of doing that. I'll draft the letter. It'll be a letter from the chairs on behalf of the committee.
Is there any objection to that being the case? or
I
shall
just
we
don't,
take-
you don't need a formal, I do
No,
not
you
need a
don't.
formal vote.
Okay, great.
I wanted, because I was in the back and I wanted to make sure we were all on board. So it behooves me to point out to you that only a few of the reports that we received this morning actually contain statutory authority to
Yes.
report out bills. And the one in which the proposal for change
Does
does
not.
not have statutory authority to report out. This is not necessarily, it's not necessarily a change, but it's perhaps now a different way of interpreting it. If the underlying statutory authority does not contain language specifically authorizing the committee to report out legislation pursuant to that report, then the authority does not exist.
Correct.
That does not mean you don't have options. It just means we couldn't do it pursuant to that report. So I just wanted to make you all aware of that because I think potentially how it's interpreted has changed over time. So depending on how long you've been here.
Well, just so we're all on the same page, Ms. Olson, if I may
yes.
defer, we're talking about the Office of the Secretary of State's suggestion that reports of threats and harassment to election workers be somehow confidential so that people are more free to do it. We don't have authority to report out legislation on that from the report that was given. I just want everybody to know that that's what Ms.
That's
Olson is talking about.
But if you want to report something out, we can find other avenues for you. So that is a conversation you should have with your chairs, and then they will come to me and we will find a path forward for you. We have one elections concept draft, which is probably currently still
Easiest,
in our possession, which is perhaps the easiest route, but there are other ways too. And so I just wanted to let you know, because I mentioned it when I did my brief introduction, but in addition to the reports we heard today, there are a couple of others. And again, if there's any interest in legislation related to those, the sooner we know, the better.
Yes. Representative Boyer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. I don't want to speak for my Republican colleagues, but that's not something I'm interested in moving forward with.
Representative Graham?
Just try to, the dynamics of this, would it be possible for you as chair of this committee to go before Leg Council in order to put forward legislation? Is that
After
one
deadline.
of the avenues?
Yeah, after deadline legislation is still a consideration that we could have. The concept draft is in our possession and we can do with it whatever we want because it's in our possession. We would certainly still ask the bill sponsor if the bill sponsor would be okay with us using that concept draft to do that. So not to say that that person has no say in it. the sponsor may have something else that they might want to see in that legislation, which this could also be a part of. We know legislation can be multifaceted. And so the short answer is we have more than one option. If we decide that we think it's important to make those kinds of threats of harassment to our elected officials confidential so they feel more comfortable sharing those with authorities. And we don't have to decide that in this moment. I think the only thing we needed to decide was the letter, which we've done. Is there anything else anyone would like to discuss today?
Move we adjourn.
It's a motion to adjourn. It's been seconded. All those in favor? The Joint Legislative Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs stands adjourned.